Yo, what's up everybody? How's it going? Wow, you guys were quick. Hey, what's up Coffee? Kirara, hello, hello, Cozy. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while, Cozy. How are you, man? You too, Kirara. Naoki-san, hello man, what's up, what's up? Hey, Happy. Oh, you're using your other YouTube account today. What's up, man? Anoko, yo. 3.8 is now up. Well, okay. Well, it's not. But 3.8 info is now out. Yes, sure. Good, you? I'm good, man. I'm good. Pretty happy. The AC is on. You guys can probably hear it since I'm sitting right next to it. So yeah, I'm good. Pretty happy. It doesn't feel awful, just like it always does, because the humidity is a thing here where I'm from. Unfortunately, the humidity doesn't seem to go below 80% ever. Next week. Yep, of course. So it's not out. It will be out. So but it's not out. Yeah. Me being first and early for once. It's all good, man. It's all good. But hey, I appreciate you being here, man. How are you? How are you, Coffee? Finally, we can go swimming. Inspired by Tower of Fantasy. Sorry, I don't get the reference because I didn't play TOF. I don't know, like it's hard to explain, but I could somehow feel like TOF was just a like okay, how do I put this? I could somehow feel the lack of quality in TOF. And when I say quality, I'm not saying it's a bad game or the developers are bad. I don't think there's ever a bad game developer. I think all the game developers are professionals, and like obviously some are better than others, but I think given enough time, most of them can do as good a job as each other. Yeah, just like with just like with visual artists, right? Like for example, people like to trash on certain movies when they have bad VFX and stuff.
Take it easy.
But it's not actually that the VFX artists are bad. Most of the time, it's because they're not given enough time, or they're not given enough assets or enough stuff to work with. Yeah, so I don't know. Like I could somehow feel like TOF was like they made it like ASAP to try to get ahead of the competition. And when I say the competition was, well, anybody who was trying to get in on the same the same industry as what Genshin is in, because they saw that Genshin got the entire pie to itself for more than 2 years, and that entire pie apparently was worth more than $3 billion. I don't know how much is Genshin worth now. Probably coming up to 4. I don't know. Why am I even here? Okay, there. Geo. Fontaine looks amazing. I agree with that. Yeah, actually, I'm kind of sick. I got back from a trip 2 days ago. I'm about to go to the pool. What? Okay. Well, you did say just kinda. You didn't say really sick. Okay, sure. How do I put this? Like sometimes whenever I'm sometimes when I feel like I'm kind of sick, what I do is if I feel like I just feel sick but I don't feel tired enough to where I feel like I'm disabled or something, I will sometimes force myself to do something. Yeah, to do stuff that makes me sweat, or basically exert my body, and to try to raise my body temperature up. And sometimes if I feel like I don't have enough energy to do anything like that, I will just not turn on the fan. I will just stay in like wherever room I'm in. But, I guess it's an advantage I have because it's always hot where I am, so I could just stay in that room, do whatever it is I normally do. I just, instead of turning on the fan to cool myself off, because when you have a fever, right, like you don't feel as warm as you usually do. So I just don't turn on the fan, and then sometimes I even put more extra clothing on just to try to get myself a bit warmer. And sometimes I will start to feel warmer, and I will put on even more clothing to make myself even warmer. I'm at school right now. Oh, hey, what's up, Book Nerds Paradise? Oh, gotta go by. Okay, well, I guess you probably weren't allowed. You probably weren't allowed to be watching YouTube while at school. That's my guess, at least. But yeah, the reason why I do that is, so while I don't think any I don't think it's something that many doctors will agree on, because I don't think there's enough data to prove it correct or to prove it incorrect either. But if you think about it, before antibiotics, before modern medicine, how do you think humanity survived diseases? Right? And like, why do you think our temperature goes up whenever we have some sort of infection? Then it sort of makes sense that, okay, maybe it's an effect of the virus or bacteria or whatever infection you have, or maybe it's your body trying to get rid of it.
Solidify.
I mean, how long have antibiotics been around? I think like less than 100 years, right? Or, I don't know. Someone do a history check. Any historians? If Siri was here, he would probably know the answer. Oh, get these. Should I pull for Eula or Klee? Because I have 10 pulls. I mean, okay. I mean, you could pull for whoever you want then, but then because 10 pulls, I don't think are just gonna get you anyone. Well, obviously, if you're at pity and at guaranteed, then it will get you exactly who you want. But no, I don't think you should pull for either of them. Just my opinion. Unless if you... So, Klee... okay, first off, objectively, just numbers. Purely numbers based.
Stabilize.
I don't think Klee is the most bang for buck if your goal is combat. So obviously in combat, mathematically speaking, then what we want in combat from whatever character we're pulling for is DPS, right? So when I say I'm answering something objectively, I mean that, like, how much DPS can they do, but not just that, because you can make certain characters do a lot of DPS, and basically you could kind of, you know, to some degree, you could make almost all characters make as much, do as much DPS as each other, and of course some will exceed others a little bit more, but most of them will deal enough DPS. Will be able to deal enough DPS to clear basically all content in the game, as long as you're not trying to force. Trying to fight Oceanid with Barbara or something like that, right? As long as you're not trying to do something dumb like that. So objectively speaking, we don't just take DPS into account, we take DPS per amount of investment, such as, and when I say, and by investment I mean resin, you know, the investment that matters, right? The investment that matters, like for you know, like F2P, 2 F2Ps, like Weal, sure, just go R5, C6, everything, max refresh your resin. Okay, basically you're throwing money at the wall, and somehow the wall will become your butler. That's kind of what happens when you just have a bunch of money. But thinking about it from an F2P, amount of resin and amount of pulls. So at pulls, then of course it would be resin, ascension materials, etc., as well as talent books, etc. Right? So those are the resources I'm talking about. The amount of resources you'd have to spend to get Klee, to get Klee to be viable in endgame, in what endgame has become in Genshin, especially with the current Abyss, right? Like, it's not super DPS heavy, but you can sort of just bang your head against it. If you have so much DPS, you can clear all the HP very quickly, just like that, and then just keep spamming elements until the shields are broken. And sometimes we do have abysses that do have a lot of HP, and those are definitely the DPS checks, in which case you will want a lot of DPS. So to clear all the current combat content in the game, I think you'd have to spend quite a lot on Klee just to get her up to speed. And by quite a lot, I mean the same amount of investment into some other character, like Nahida or Raiden Shogun or a Hu Tao, and of course her supports, right? Like her supports. I'm not talking about like a single character, because you can't just invest into one character and then not have any supports, especially with hyper carries like Klee and Eula. So of course you also have to invest a little bit into their supports, because their supports are going to, well, they're going to buff them, they're going to debuff enemies, etc. Right? So those supports are what make the hyper carries and a lot of other DPSs stronger. So the same amount of investment to get Klee up to speed is going to be going to get you a lot more by investing the same amount of investment into characters like Yelan, Raiden Shogun, Nahida, Hu Tao, even Ganyu, Kazuha, right? I mean, even some 4 stars, right? Like even Beidou, or even Fischl, Rosaria. Maybe not Rosaria. Maybe not Rosaria. Fischl, though, I can definitely say Fischl is worth a lot more. Let's see, who else? Bennett, even like Xiangling, jeez. Yes, Xiangling, definitely Xiangling. I would even dare say that the same amount of investment might even be worth a bit more on Xingqiu. I can't say mathematically, obviously I can't do Genshin math, so just my gut feeling and according to all the experience I've had playing this game for more than 2 years now. That's what I think of Klee. Although obviously you can min-max Klee other than investing more resources into her by learning certain tricks, which are the animation cancels. So basically animation cancels are okay, I'm sure you guys know what animation cancels are. As for Klee, that's what is it again? I'm not quite sure. I think it's like a mixture of like normal attacks, charged attacks, and then jump, charge attack, jump, charge attack, jump. I think that's her animation cancel, and I don't know if you would want to do that. Sure, it's up to you if you really want to, if you really like Klee. As for Eula, I think it does take a fair bit amount of investment to get Eula up to speed today, but and I think the same amount of investment will get you a bit more mileage on Eula than it does on Klee, but I still don't think it's worth it, because we have so many enemies that counter Eula. I did not want to do that. Okay, that counter Eula not by just having way more HP than Eula can do in damage, but I'm talking about gameplay wise and some stat wise. Like for example, ruin enemies feel great to fight with Eula, because they're always ganging up on you. Therefore, it's very hard to miss your burst on her. And it's also very easy to hit stuff with your normal attacks when you're trying to gain stacks for your burst. Where is my last daily commission? There it is. Okay. When you're trying to gain stacks on your burst, it's very easy. But ruined enemies also have extra physical resistance, which is okay, you have one thing that you wanted from that enemy, but you also have another thing that you don't want from that enemy. Okay, so what are enemies that are that Eula is good against? Okay, enemies that take I don't know if take is the right word, but basically they have lower physical defense. Are the humanoid enemies, so such as treasure hoarders. I believe the desert folk also have lower physical resistance. I'm not sure, but they're always so scattered. They're always super scattered. So it's really hard to hit as many enemies as you can with Eula's burst, because some of the ranged ones are they keep backing away from you, and the melee ones, especially the desert folk, they keep staggering you, which makes it so that you would you either get staggered or you have a shielder, which means you're going to have to take up one slot of your team. Which, of course, you're not building a Eula team with only Eula, and obviously you're building her in a team. But what if you do want specific characters, and the certain characters that you want in Eula's team, you just can't somehow fit a shielder in there? Now you're gonna have to choose, right? So it makes team building a little bit more limited, and it makes the type of enemies that Eula can fight a bit limited as well, or at least can fight effectively. So I don't think Eula has a DPS problem. Eula has, I think, a gameplay problem. Not because her kit is bad, but I think because her kit just gets countered really heavily by the mechanics and stats of many of the enemies in the game. But again, like, if you really want either of them, I was just about to say something so corny. All right, I don't think I don't really want to. I don't think you guys want to hear that. It's so cheesy. But yeah. If you want something like, just, it's like, if you want jewelry, then go get jewelry. It doesn't really help you in any way. But if you want it, then go get it. As long as you can afford it.
Thank you for
as long as you're not going to hate your past self later in the future by saying, "Oh, I could have used this money to buy something else." As long as you're sure, or at least pretty sure, that you're not going to do that in the future. But if you have doubts, then don't. As for me, I am going to get one copy of Eula on my third account. And that is, that's this account actually. I'm on the third account right now. Because I already have C1, and my Eula is really lackluster. Despite having a pretty decent build actually. I think it's mostly because I don't have a good weapon on her. Like, I guess it's a decent weapon. Okay. Here she is.
I'll scout ahead.
Yeah, despite having a decent, she has a decent crit ratio. I would prefer a bit more ER, honestly, but I don't have a lot of attack, and that's because, while it's an okay weapon for physical damage, is actually pretty good on her, but I don't have a lot of attack, and most of the time I can't give her Bennett, so yeah.
Time to scout.
And I would want C2 so that I could spam her E, or her hold E. Because without C2, it feels really bad not having your hold E for your burst. Because hold E does, like, it reduces physical resistance of enemies by quite a bit. And it certainly helps out a lot, especially because her burst is on a 20-second cooldown, and it's an 80 energy cost burst, which means it doesn't happen very often. So you would prefer that it hit a lot by reducing enemy resistances and buffing her as much as you can. Yeah, and not having her hold E to use for your burst kind of feels bad. And having her C2 makes it so that it's okay for you to just spam your hold and your hold E, even though you're not bursting, because it's just on a short cooldown. Anyway, I've been rambling enough. I've ignored you guys for quite a while. Yeah, let me know what you guys think about Eula or Klee. Time to be F2P until Linnea or Lynette. Saving to version 2, I guess. Wait, what do you mean version 2? You mean 4.2? Here's a Sino and Albedo joke. Okay, what is that? 10 plus 10 and 11 plus 11 have the same answer. Because 10 plus 10 is 20 and 11 plus 11 is 22. Okay. Alright. I mean, I don't know what we did to deserve this kind of treatment. But I'm sorry, okay? I'm really, really sorry, whatever we did. And I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us.
Take it easy.
Ow.
Game's up. Fun's over. Stand with me. Beg for mercy.
I actually like that though. It's just... It's one of those jokes that just makes you facepalm, and I did, honestly, I did think it's pretty creative. But I don't think everybody will appreciate it. Hey, what's up, Luap? How are you, man? Hey, what's up, Aura? Here in the Philippines is now 280 from 250. Now 280. The battle pass lately is 1,000. Oh, are you talking about the what's it called? What is it called? I can't think. I can't remember the name. Welkin. There you go. Welkin. Yeah. You're right. It actually happened fairly recently. I think June, like the beginning of June. I was very surprised when I saw it. I looked it up immediately. As soon as I noticed it, I googled it, and then apparently it happened really recently. I think it was just when June began. Yeah, I actually wanted to talk about that a few streams ago, but I guess I forgot about it. Why did you apologize because of the joke? Oh, I guess you didn't get it. Okay. So, no, I don't know if you heard what I said. I said when after you said the joke, I said whatever we did to you to deserve such treatment from you. I'm sorry, and I hope that you could forgive us by telling us that joke. You know, I just pulled Kazuha and I won, and I want Eula. I accidentally wasted my wishes on Noel's banner. Your wishes? What do you mean your wishes? Did you? Okay, well, Noel's banner uses Acquaint Fates. And the standard, no, not standard, limited banners use Intertwined Fates. So, are you saying you wasted your wishes, or you mean your Primogems? Did you actually use Primogems on that banner? Please don't. No, you did? No, man. You should have just waited for the shop reset. Yeah, you should have just waited like every... Oh, wow, okay. It's almost here, actually. Yeah, it's almost here. It's almost shop reset time. You could have... As long as you have a few master list, some Stardust, then you could just buy out, what, 5... What are they called? Intertwined and, Acquainted Fates? You could have just waited for that, man. That feels bad. I'm sorry to hear that. Eula's coming pretty soon, and she's in the first half too. First half of 3.8. So I don't know how far you're gonna get with that. Only 7 star glitter. Yes. Yeah, I don't have a lot of star glitter. What happened? Oh, yes, that's right. Because I used up so much of it just trying to get my Nahida. That was okay. You just made me remember how awful of a journey that was, man. It's fine though. But yeah, that was probably one of my worst, I guess, experiences gunning for a character. Going to pity to lose 50-50, and then going to having to go to pity again. Well, not hard pity 90 because that would be almost impossible to do. But going to like 80-ish, and then despite thinking, oh, it's okay if I use up a lot of wishes, I want a few copies of this 4-star, which was Kuki Shinobu. But then apparently, after doing what 160, 170 wishes, I only got 1 copy of Kuki. I didn't even want C6. I just wanted C2. I just wanted 3 copies of her. It just wouldn't give it to me. And it was rough too. It was rough because I didn't have a lot of primos to start with. So because I just used a lot of my wishes to try to get C1 Hu Tao, C0 Yelan, Homa, yeah, Homa, and Homa. But because I didn't get Homa immediately, I got another weapon first, which is on my Ganyu. It's not ideal, honestly. I swear, like it's not as so. Despite like this crit ratio, I swear it's not as good. It's not that good. It's a little better than I think, at least in my opinion, it's a little bit better than this. It mathematically speaking, it really depends on your stat distribution, but the only reason why I think it's a little better than this is because I don't need to be at 100% energy, or each is 100. Yeah. I don't need to be at 100% energy to maximize the passive. In the very least, honestly the difference is I barely feel a difference.
God.
I'm tired of pulling on chi-chis on standard banner. Well, I think
Adventure time. Let's light it up.
you might want to get in line, man. A lot of people are in the same line. But yeah, I feel you. Oops, I missed. No, why did I get that? I just wasted that one.
Solidify.
I could have done the T and then the E thing now if I had gotten that. Oops, too early.
Riddance, cruel world.
Me with also 7-star glitter. That's alright, man. Oh, Happy. Are you still pulling or trying to pull for your C4 Xiangling?
Solidify.
Let's light it up.
What do you think of Klee and Kaeya new coding? You talk about it like they're cars, man. New coding. I don't know about Kaeya's.
I can't
Kaeya's just feels like... I mean, okay. I could live without it. Klee's looks really adorable though. Yeah, I really like how Klee's looks. It looks really adorable. Kaeya's is, I don't know, like... when I saw it, I didn't really feel anything. What came to my mind when I saw Kaeya's is it looks very appropriate for Fontaine. It looks very appropriate for Fontaine. And I got a feeling that Kaeya might be a pretty important character in the Fontaine arc, like in this story. And that was what I was excited about. I wasn't excited about the outfit itself. I'm also excited about how cute Klee's is, and not just that, but also because she looks like a witch, right? She looks like a witch, which is adorable in and of itself. And isn't her mom sort of a witch? I mean, yeah, literally, she's like a part of that witch club, whatever that is. And if Alice ever becomes a playable character, or even just an NPC that we can actually see and talk to in one of the Archon quests in the future, or maybe, I don't know, some story quest in the future, I'm just excited that she might actually look pretty decent. She might, like, Alice might look pretty cool. If she looks anything remotely resembling what the Klee outfit looks like, then I'm all for it. That being said, we've never... Wait, let me think. Have we not? Okay. I guess technically, I was about to say we haven't had any non-human playable characters, but I guess that's wrong, because Ito's an Oni, the Raiden Shogun's a puppet, Albedo's a synthetic human. What else? So I guess that statement is wrong. I mean, I honestly would have preferred EM on this stat, and it would have been like just perfect. It would have been just perfect if it started with 4 stats, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Wait a moment. Oh, I missed my 3rd account too. Would have been perfect on my 2nd account. Yeah, I didn't really raise Tainari here. I just got Tainari here from the standard banner. Would have been perfect on my 2nd account though. Yo, long time no see, Bailu. How are you, man? Hey, what's up, Scorphere? How are you, man? Long time. How have you been? Okay, gotta go now. Alright. Thanks, Onoko. Take care, man. Hey, if you want more of my opinion about the 5 stars in 3.8, just at me on Discord, or maybe we could talk more about it in another stream. Let's see what else. Oh yes, this guy. Wait a moment. What do I have in my Nida? That's her off piece. No! Oh wait. How much crit rate do I have? So I don't think I'm gonna do more damage with it, but so I'm just losing. I'm losing a bit of crit rate, gaining a bit of crit damage, and I'm losing 187 EM for dendro damage. How do I test this? Okay, you know what? I'll test it later. I'll test it later. I just want to do this boss first. S6 haven't played Genshin. Also, what do you think about the Klee and Kaeya skin? Oh, Scorf, I actually just talked about that, like literally within the last 5-10 minutes. Don't worry, DVR mode is on. So if you don't mind, go back a little bit in the stream, like go back maybe 5-10 minutes. You'll hear me talk about it actually. Yeah, I don't really have a lot of opinions about their physical appearance, but I had a few thoughts about them. I guess I had some opinions about Klee's costume, but not really about Klee, but it's about Alice and what I think.
Gotcha.
Oh man, okay. Couldn't switch in time. I'm Sino or Kale. Who's Kale?
Let me weave you a verse. Game's up. Fun's over.
I get that you are probably Sino because of your level 10 in TCG, and Sino is like a TCG a TCG enthusiast. But who's Kale?
Busted.
Is Kale an
Things are
NPC?
about to get dicey.
Oh, Kale. Wait.
Ring cutter.
Oh. Wait. What happened to your name?
No, my sword. Rain outlines your fate.
I was confused because you said you're Sino or Kale,
Here comes the catch.
and then you said you're level 10 in TCG. So I thought you were referring to yourself as like you're like Sino being like really into TCG. And then I thought Kale was the name of an NPC or something. No, okay. What happened to your name? Why'd you change it? Also, I remember
Game's up.
you've been here a while on this account.
Let me weave you a verse.
Yeah, you've been here a few times already on that account, on Bailu. Is it that you just keep changing names, or is that just your different YouTube accounts? If Alice is... I want to pull for her. Oh, speaking of, why was I actually... You just reminded me. Why I started talking about... why I thought about the different...
Things are about to get dicey.
why I thought about
No, my sword.
playable characters only being human characters, and then remembering that it's not true. Well, there goes Hu Tao. And then I remembered that it's not correct. It's not only humans that are playable characters. That would be nice, actually. Okay, it's pretty good, actually. I might never ever use it, but it's so good. But yeah, why I thought about that was we've never had an elf as a playable character, a character with long ears, with long pointy ears. So I don't know if that will ever be a thing because it hasn't happened yet. It could, maybe, but it hasn't happened yet. So I guess I can't say it will happen. I can just say it might. But yeah. When I thought about it a little bit, I did remember that we have quite a few non-human playable characters.
Would you care to sit down and join me for...
Yeah, but I guess we haven't had a playable character that has a non-human shape. like, you know, something that makes them different physically, like in shape. Okay, I understand, like they have like all the different like costumes and stuff, different clothes, different costumes, etc. But I'm talking about the character model itself. Like all the character models we've gotten so far are basically just copy and paste of some other character, right? Like for example, Kazuha, Albedo, the Traveler, Ether specifically, not Lumine, Ether, who else? Wanderer. They all have the same character model. And let's say Lumine, Amber, Yanfei, yeah, like, and many other like shorter characters in the game all have the same shorter male characters in the game all have the same character model. Klee, Chi, who else, Yao, etc. They have the same character model. And I guess they could just add in, wait a moment,
If you
I'm
ever
dumb, wait, we have Klee. Klee's an elf. Does she have pointy ears? She does. We already do. Okay. I guess it's not gonna be an issue then. Yeah, I guess I understand. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that hard to add or to change. At least like the majority of the character model is there. Like the ratios are there already, and all they have to do is just take Klee's ears and then copy and then paste them, and maybe make them a little longer, like edit it a little bit. I don't know if they want to change the shape a little bit because she's an adult, and put it onto Raiden Shogun's character model, or Lisa's character model. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see how that would be that hard. Although that being said, character modeling takes a long time. So I guess just the ear changes might not take that much time. But I don't know if they would do that. I think that they might just literally copy Klee's ears and put it onto Lisa's character model. Imagine walking around as a phonograph. I mean, you literally can, well, maybe not a phonograph specifically, but you can actually walk around as what is it, as objects. I mean, really only in an event, but not in the open world. But you know, what is it? What's the prop hunt event called? I don't remember. It's actually quite popular. I don't remember the name. There's like a prop hunt event that's actually quite popular. I don't remember the name. So I did the surgery of my foot. Oh, you had surgery. Oh, yeah, okay. I remember you talked about that. How did it go? How do you feel, man?
Without a good book to accompany me.
ACG. Wait, what does that mean again? Is that the... Okay, is that the abbreviation for the event? I'm trying to... I'm remembering. Even Nida have elf ears. You're right. I'm so dumb. Yeah, that's dumb. Why didn't I think of that? That's true. It's true. Okay, do they have the same ears? I think they do. Yeah, I think they have the same exact ears. But then they do have the same exact character model, which is like the smaller female character model. So they didn't need to change anything. Ito does have the horns, right? He does have the horns, but then because of their placement, they it literally could have been just some sort of hat, and they didn't need to change anything about the character model. Although that would have, oh, the ear has a different, oh, his ear has a different shape. Okay. All right. So here's what I'm guessing. You know what is TCG? No, Xavier said ACG. So okay, here's what I'm guessing. I'm guessing that the character models that they have are, the heads probably have no features on them. You know, like a mannequin in like a clothes shop, in a clothing store, where it just has a head in the shape of a head, but there's no ears, no hair, etc. Hey, what's up, Sean? How are you, man? And then maybe they just add the ears on later, and they just have like templates of ears already that they could just put on. Yeah, that they could just put onto their base character models. Yeah, and then like if they need to make any changes, sure, they make changes. Like if they, I don't know if the proportions would look wouldn't look weird if they just copied and pasted Klee's and Nahida's ears. If they just copied and pasted Klee's and Nahida's ears onto
Bombs, so heavy.
a taller female character model, I don't know if the proportions would look okay. If it does, then they might not have to change much. You could literally just copy and paste Nahida's and Klee's ears and put it onto Lisa's or Yelan's character model. But if it does look weird, then they might have to make some changes. But yeah, okay. I'm looking at like the different characters now, and it seems like some of them. She has shorter ears. She has long ears, but shorter than Klee's and Nahida's. Hello? Hello?
How did I do that?
Well, maybe they thought I was ogling the different characters. I hardly think that was ogling. I'm just looking at their ears. Okay, well, alright. I'll be right back. Hang on. It doesn't happen very often, but it does happen every now and then. Stream sign. Oh, thank you, Xavier. Appreciate it. Streaming without me again. Look, okay. Look, Mom. I'm 30 years old, and I'm a grown man. Okay. I don't think I need to ask for permission if I want to go out with my friends. Especially because I live in my own house. And I don't live with you. I don't live with you anymore. Hey, what's up, Mia? How are you, man? Long time no see. I don't think we've chatted. I remember you being here quite recently, but I don't think we've chatted in a while. Last I heard of how you're doing is you already had a job, and that's it, really. Yeah, how are you? How are you these days? Still gotta ask for my permission. What are you, my mom? And then fact check, she is. Well, okay. Let me do you another one. Oh, what are you, my manager? Good, what about you? I'm okay. Pretty happy right now, actually. The AC's on, you guys could probably hear it because I'm sitting literally right next to my AC. Just like always.
Here, complete our shadow. Body and absurd. Illusions are but distractions.
One more, yes.
Stabilize.
You.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Witness the power of Gua. Things are about to get dicey.
Oh. Wait, I'm dilly-dallying. Wait, I'm dilly-dallying a little bit too much here. Okay, she's gonna go into her shield phase. Oh, right, we got it. Has been a long time indeed. How's life? And the wife? Well, the wife's happy. She was really stressed out last week, I think. No, 2 weeks ago. Oh, actually, yeah, she was actually pretty stressed out last week and 3 weeks. 3 weeks? Or was it 4 weeks ago? I don't remember. She took like an entire week off. She's actually quite lucky and unlucky at the same time with her job. She has like, her boss is really nice. They're really lenient with attendance and going on leave and stuff. But it's really stressful. Sometimes it is her job, and then I guess, how would I put it? And well, she, minimum wage, because it's not like a high level job, but because of the amount of stuff, like a lot of little stuff that she has to take care of, yeah, she was pretty stressed. Now I think this week she's been pretty fine. Yeah, it's one of those jobs where you do a lot of level 1 like mini tasks, just like dozens and hundreds of those little level 1 tasks. And because they're mostly like level 1 tasks and stuff, like that's kind of how, unfortunately, it's kind of how most employers decide how much salary you get paid. Right? If you're doing the lowest level kind of work in the office, then you are going to receive the lowest amount of salary in the office. And it doesn't matter how much you do. I mean, just ask Amazon employees. I don't think it's too soon. I think that it's not being talked about in the news anymore, but I don't think it's too late either. But I think it's well deserved that Amazon gets roasted on by just by how they treat their employees and how they treat their customers. Although Amazon has been on the news again recently. What's minimum amount of for minimum ER for Kazu on Fab? I'm honestly, Sean, I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever heard of a discussion about how much ER Kazuha would need, like, to be comfortable to play. I guess I could give you like an approximate of how much, based on how much I have. Let me see. What? Wait, how long has this been a thing? Wait. How long has that been a thing? I don't remember the last time I swapped his weapon. Which means it's been a while. That he's just been like that. Okay. So I think, okay, this is how much ER I have, and depending on the team, if Kazuha is the only Fav user on the team and the other characters on the team don't generate a lot of particles, like for example not having Fischl in it, or not having double electro, or not having Nahida, or not having a lot of off-field abilities that allow you to do a lot of elemental reactions, because those generate particles occasionally. If it's not one of those teams, then sometimes I even feel like this is a little bit lacking, especially if you only do 1 E per rotation. Especially if you only do 1 E per rotation. Sometimes I feel like this is a little bit, this comes up a little bit short. So maybe if you want like super comfy amount of ER, maybe 190. Maybe. I'm just based on how I play him. But if I'm playing with a team, playing a team like, let's say like an electro charge team, or a team that has Fischl in it, or a team that has double that has electro resonance, or has Nida in it and is aggravate or hyper bloom, whatever, those tend to generate a lot of particles, then this is enough for me. Yeah, but I'd say like if you want like brain dead comfy, never have to think about it, and always have your burst on cooldown, then maybe 190 to 200. I think some theory crafters might say that's wrong. I think, but that's just based on my experience and how much, according to how much ER I have. That being said, I will have to make a decision on which domain I want to use the lane line thing on. Admonition. Let's see, what do I have the least of? I don't have a lot of ingenuities. Maybe ingenuities, but what day? Wait, anything else I don't have a lot of? I hate that. I hate this domain. I'm not even gonna do it. Let's see, what's this? I actually really like the Liwa domain, but I have so much of those. Well, not a lot, but oh, I guess I could go for diligence, but I don't know. Inazuma. I have a bunch of Inazuma ones. So I also have a good amount of the... Man, why do I have so many of these? So this is Tuesday. I can't do that. Prosperity. So this is a leeway one. Monday. Prosperity, maybe? No, I hate the Mondstadt domain. Okay. Alright, sure. Let's go there. Alright, sorry. I had to make that decision. I haven't actually looked at the books until just now. Amazon on news. It's about the it's about the what was it again? So there's the Twitch thing. I don't know if you guys have heard about that. They made some changes again on Twitch. And it's not on the platform, but it's sort of like their agreement with the streamers. They made some changes that that got a bit of flack on the news. There's also the now this one's an Amazon thing. So what was it again? So it's about Amazon getting, I don't know what happened to them. I guess I don't know. I think it had something to do with the FTC. I don't know what happened there, but it had something to do with the FTC, I think. And it was because of their practices on making it super easy to sign up for Amazon Prime, but making it really hard to stop your subscription, your Amazon Prime subscription. And by making it really hard, like, just not with policy, but with the interface. Final Fantasy 16 got banned from several streams just because I didn't talk about Genshin. What? That's weird though. Like, I mean, okay, maybe there were like smaller streamers where Like they immediately see your non-Genshin related message. You know, kind of like me, right? Like it's very like it's very because the chat moves really slowly because I'm not a very big streamer. Um, then like everyone can easily see your non-Genshin related chat, and then they're like, Genshin only. No, okay, maybe it's that. Yeah, but trust me, like if you talked about something like that on like some really large streamer's stream, nobody would even bat an eye.
It's time to pull the trigger.
I actually really wanted to play to get into Final Fantasy as a kid, and now that I'm a grown man, I could pick it up myself, and I could choose to just pick it up myself. But I don't know, like there's this weird feeling in me that I don't know, like I kind of don't want to get into it anymore because I didn't get into it a long time ago. And I guess maybe I'm just not that interested in Final Fantasy stuff. Maybe I was really only interested in it as a kid because my friends were playing it. I don't know, maybe. But I do think it's a really cool IP. No. Did I use condensed? No, I used condensed. What an idiot. Okay. I used condensed. Man, what an idiot. Okay, well. Hey, what's up, Bozan? How are you, man? For Kazuha National. Kazuha National. Kazuha National. If your Yelan is on Fav, then I think I think you could just do what I did. And I didn't even think about having any ER on my substats on my Kazuha. I just sort of went with like as much EM as I could. And I didn't even think about whether I had ER substats. And then like just having Fav was just enough for me. Oops. Yeah, like if you have Fav on your Yelan, kind of like the way my setup is here. I have Fav here, I have Fav here, and I didn't even bother to check if I had any ER on my substats. Then everything's fine. I can't say that I can get Kazuha's burst back on cooldown immediately all the time because I most of the time I use this team in the overworld and I don't really wait, I'm dumb. This is not this is not the thing. This isn't the, what is it called, the talent book thing. Okay, what an idiot. What a dummy. Okay, what a dummy. Let's see, what do I want more? I don't think I want any more Mora. I don't think I want any more Mora. Okay, well, maybe someday I'll want some more Mora, but not right now, really. Every Kazuha user needs Zyphos. Yeah, Zyphos is pretty cool. I mean, the only account I have access to that has Kazuha and Zyphos has an R4 Zyphos on it. And I feel like R4 Zyphos is not as much energy on Kazuha as any refinement of Fab. But I think a higher refinement of Zyphos is pretty close. And Yeah, yeah. If I had Zyphos, I might not use it until I have it at a high refinement. What the? Oh, okay. Excuse me. Finally got to watch the stream. Hey, what's up, Nasty? How are you, man? Well, I got banned from those streams, but yes, you know, typical Genshin fanatics following me. What? Okay. You know what? You saying that doesn't even surprise me anymore. Because, like, man. So, okay. I don't know whether to call the Genshin community.
Take it easy.
Solidify.
You're still alive? Okay. Whether to call the oh boy, this was this was a choice. Okay, this is it's gonna take a while.
This is order.
All of you are immune to Hydro. Thankfully, Black Tassel. Thankfully, Black Tassel makes me do more damage to slimes, but this is still not ideal. This is end game. Okay. There we go. Thank goodness. I got Kazuha. You mean just now? You got him just now? That's the internet. I guess so. Yeah, that is mostly the internet. It's not all of the internet, thankfully, but it's pretty bad, like what the internet has gotten to be nowadays. The internet, I gotta say, is pretty stupid. If you average everybody out, everybody on the internet nowadays, it's really hard to justify. Like if you're somebody that has like that has to watch out for their well-being, like let's say your job makes it so that you're under a lot of stress and you just don't want to have to bother with it anymore, right? Like, yeah, I could definitely say stay off the internet. Or maybe if you could somehow find like a nice, calm, relaxing community to be on, to be on the internet, then sure, stay there. Like, just don't leave. Yeah, the internet's pretty dumb nowadays. Those fanatics are probably young people. Yeah, yeah. Genshin does have a lot of super young people, but and the weird thing too is like they're just mostly Genshin fans. They're like fans of the characters mostly, but they're not. A lot of them aren't even very much into the game. Like they just play it sort of like an alternative to Candy Crush. You know what I mean? Like it's sort of like an alternative to Candy Crush. Like they're bored. Like they're going with family somewhere. Like maybe they're at a restaurant or something with family, and they don't really have anybody to talk to because they're too, like, they don't have like anyone at a similar age to them. They don't have a cousin or a sibling that's at a similar age to them, so they just open up their iPad or their phone and then just open Genshin.
Everyone on me.
Our bond is strong. Lightning.
Bam! It's showtime.
I am charged attacking at nothing.
Attaboy! Can't catch me.
Okay. Oh, alright. Hey, so I played this part of the event 2 times already today. Once on Happy's account, and then another time on... Oh, come on. Another time on my friend's account. And I sort of found a really bad... maybe not flaw. I wouldn't call it a flaw. Like something that's just really not good about Ito's kit while Ito's kit I think is really good. I think it's really creative how it's made. But it just like a big no for me. Like another reason for me to stay away from Ito is when you're dealing with content like this, where you have a bunch of low HP enemies that aren't all spawned together, that come in multiple waves, that are spread out across multiple waves. I don't know why I'm not doing the event anymore. Is it like you just end up, okay, you guys could see, right, that I was furiously trying to get at least a couple of stacks in so that I could charge the attack for quite a bit. And I just couldn't. By the time I get a certain, a reasonable amount of stacks to start doing a charged attack, everything's dead already. And while I think he is pretty good to use, pretty ideal to use when you're fighting fewer high HP enemies, but I don't think it's very satisfying to play an Ito team when you're dealing with content like this. Which surprises me, because they usually give us very specific content that make it feel satisfying to play certain characters.
Charge! Rally!
Stand with me.
Wait, Sean, what looks cool? Wait, what the? What? How did they die? What was that?
Coming to be. Feel this ancient power. Fall in! Everyone on me!
Dissipate.
Geo is actually not a great choice nowadays. This is the treatment Geo gets. Well, that's one thing. Yep, that's true. Yeah, but it's mostly I was talking mostly about like not Albedo's Ito's kit not being ideal for multi-wave low HP enemies. I mean, 20 years old above is alright. Is already old enough to make your own decision. No, parents told them what they wanted to eat, but they ignored their parents. Example of spoiled brats. Yep. I mean, those would be the kids that have their iPads, right? Because like, alright, let's be real. So, even if you're 18 years old, yeah, 18 years old, that's not a kid anymore, right? Very few 18-year-olds have their own iPads and iPhones and whatever nice phones that are good enough to play Genshin, that bought it themselves. Hence, mom and dad had to buy it for them. If mom and dad were, had enough money to buy that stuff for them, why is what? Okay, if mom and sorry, I got distracted. If mom and dad had enough money to buy that stuff for them, then that means they're spoiled. Well, they're likely to be spoiled. Either that they got really good grades in school, or they're spoiled. And sometimes even if they got really good grades in school, that actually could mean that they're spoiled, because maybe they grew up thinking, hey, if I do really well in school, I'm pretty smart already. I could do well in school with that, just by putting a little bit of effort into school, and then I can basically get everything I want. Okay, spoiled kid immediately. Like, well, okay, not guaranteed, but most of the time, that's kind of what happens. Nowadays, ping is very high. Why? Do you know about it, RJ? Really? No, not me. Not me. My ping's been decent recently. Yeah, my ping's been decent recently, actually. I don't have bad ping too often anymore. Yeah, I haven't. In fact, it's been a while since I had over 300 ping. Okay, let me see. Am I missing anything? I feel like I'm missing something. No, I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll be right back on another account. Oh, you know what? Hang on. I gotta move back. Gotta move over here next to Catherine. I actually really like going to Inazuma recently because Catherine is right next to a crafting bench, just right over there. Yeah, which means when I log in and I need to reset expeditions, I'm right there. Okay, I'll be right back. Just switching accounts, guys. Grade is nothing to me. No, I mean like I'm referring to. So these kids that have these parents that will reward them if they perform well in school, right? And I understand. Like, I'm not saying that that's bad parenting. I'm just saying that it's actually good parenting to give your children a more incentive to do well in school. But then sometimes this ends up not just sometimes, but quite often this quite often ends up just becoming something similar to like a customer business owner relationship. And by that I mean basically the student is the customer and the business owner is basically, yeah, it's giving them the goods that they want. And so it's like if you go into let's say a premium joint, like a decent restaurant, right? Not like a family owned restaurant, but like a decent restaurant. It doesn't have to be a 5-star one, just a decent one. So you go in there, you want something from them, but because it's a premium place, then you know, obviously you brought premium dollar to get the premium treatment. And because you brought the premium dollar, you get the premium treatment. And to parents, the premium dollar that the parents need is just you doing well in school, which doesn't really take a lot of effort. Well, it does in certain places, depending on the educational system of whatever. It varies, okay? It varies. There's a huge variation. But in a lot of cases, it's not that much effort because kids, that's already something that kids have to do, right? It's already something that kids would have to do. They have to do well in school. And basically, you're just incentivizing kids to do what they already had to do in the first place. And it's at least, okay, parenting 101. This is just my opinion. Parenting is rather subjective. So, and these are only my opinions. But I don't think kids should be rewarded for doing what they already had to do in the first place. Such as doing, I think kids don't have to do very well in school, but they are at least expected to do decently in school, just to not fail. And no, they're not expected to just barely pass, right? Like, okay, there's no there's no like contract or whatever anywhere that states what kids are obliged to do. Or what kids are obliged to do in school, right? It's not like the kids wanted to be born, right? It's not like the kids wanted to be born and you gave them what they wanted. No, in fact, it's you, the parent, who wanted the kids. So now it's technically your obligation as the parent to give them what they need. And you could argue that, well, okay, kids' necessities, sure. Alright, food, clothing, shelter, yeah, sure. Those are the necessities, yes. But I don't think giving kids, I don't think giving kids an iPad, an iPhone, and basically the most up-to-date tech and Air Jordans and Gucci bags and whatever premium stuff that kids get nowadays, those are not necessities, right? So you take care of kids' necessities, but you don't give them premium stuff just for doing what they already had to do in the first place. And you could also make this argument too. You could also make this argument, right? Like somebody makes the argument that the kids didn't ask to be born. The kids didn't want you to bear them. But then you could also make the argument that, well, I didn't want. Yeah, I didn't know you were gonna be like this, so I didn't also want you specifically. I wanted a child. I didn't want a problem. Okay, that sounds really dark, but I'm exaggerating. Okay. I'm exaggerating. And if you ever get to that point, it means something went really wrong at some point way before that point. And that's likely to be the parents' fault. Like from when they were super young, they don't have a lot of control over how yours and their relationship develops, because you're the one that has more more control over what situations you and your child get into. So if if it ever gets that bad, then it's more likely to be the parents' fault, because earlier in the relationship, especially at the point where you're still developing the relationship, the parents, being the adult, have a bit more control over how the relationship develops. And it's understandable. Maybe the parents just don't have time because of their job or whatever their lifestyle is. Sure, it's understandable and unfortunate. I did not pay attention to what I'm supposed to pick. So I'll just pick whatever. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but it is reality, and it happens, and sometimes we have little to no control over it. Oh. But yeah, I gotta say, a lot of parents nowadays don't have a lot of time to think about how to reward their kids for doing more than what they're asked to. So instead, they basically reward every time a kid does something. And that makes it so that when it makes them feel like, no, maybe not feel like, but it makes it so that they're now being raised to only do something when they know there's a reward, and that's not great. It's tantamount to, okay, I'm going from Genshin here to parenting. No, sorry. I mean, we did technically start with Genshin, like somebody getting banned from a Genshin stream because he didn't talk about Genshin, Oh, expeditions are okay. I could reset expeditions now. And to parenting, and then now I'm gonna move on to now I'm gonna move on to economics. A little bit of economics. Um, oh, wow. I'm full on crystal flies. Move on a little bit to economics and less economics and more of just about how a country could potentially maybe not fail but just get worse by having most of your citizens raised like this.
Meet again.
So imagine this kid, no, basically like let's say 90% of kids being raised in this way, where they will not, they're being raised to get used to the mentality of oh, where is my bounty? Oh, it's up there. Okay. Where I do something, reward. I do something, reward. Eventually, they somehow turn that around in their heads, and then, oh, there's a reward? Okay, I'll do
The rain
something.
washes away the traces.
It ends up becoming like that. And imagine that becoming your society, where you have these adults. Your working adult population is made up of people that are like this, that are waiting for a guaranteed reward before they do anything. Then you have a bunch of you have an entire country of entitled people, okay, aka USA. What? Excuse me? Sorry, what? Hey, what's up, Bavish? How are you, man? One thing I asked my parents for in my life so far was for their signature and food. Signature for your for your report card. Yo, I'm back. Yo, what's up? Welcome back, Happy. Ah, good, good. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. The AC's on. I feel great right now. Anyway, I don't turn on the AC very often, and that's why. I guess I do turn it on like every day, but really only towards bedtime, and only until like 2 or 3 in the morning. And but the thing is, at night is when temperatures usually get low, so temperatures are usually a bit more comfy, which is sort of counterintuitive. But then I guess it's for a comfy night's sleep. But then in the day is usually when the temperatures are high and uncomfortable, which is which has a reason for it to be when you have your AC on, but I don't. Weird. But yeah, and that's why a lot of the time I just feel miserable about the just just how warm it feels most of the time here. But it feels like when that AC is on, and because I don't have a lot of it, because it's not always on, I feel great when I have it. And going to psychology, people just feel really appreciative and thankful for basically anything that they have little to none of. Billionaires won't feel very appreciative if you give them $10 for doing you a favor, for mowing your lawn. But you give a homeless guy $10 for, and that homeless guy might clean up your entire house, mow your lawn, and do your dishes, do your laundry in one day, all in one day. And they'll even thank you for it. It's yep, amount of happiness isn't judged by how much you get, but maybe not judged, but amount of happiness that people feel isn't dependent on how much people get, but how much people already have of what they get. And spend the $10 to get high, and then they feel even happier. Oh man, that's it's unfortunate, but it's sort of what most of them know. I really am very thankful that some homeless people, instead of asking for money, some homeless people ask for food instead. I actually learned that from my wife. Yeah, like obviously it's the easiest thing to do to just give a homeless guy money just to get him to leave you alone. But you're not really helping solve the problem. And I get that you giving a starving man a fish today is only helping his problem today, instead of teaching him how to fish. But then I also understand, because of how society is nowadays, not everybody has the time to teach somebody how to fish. There'll be a new code in the comment section of this stream later on. Alright, hey, appreciate it, Siri. Thank you, man. Always appreciate those codes, actually. That being said, I think I am running out of, like, creative ways to respond to them. If you even call the way that I respond to them creative. But I do try, at least. Nice music. Oh, thank you, man. We should really thank Nashidi. Or sorry, not Nashidi. What did I? Oh, I was looking at Nashidi's name. Sybranax. Sorry, Sybranax for the music. Man, I don't know if I don't know if he's made any new tracks recently. But I would love to hear more music from him. It's alright, RJ. I mean, I don't know. I just feel bad, like, especially because, like, when I see comments that seem like it took a certain amount of either time, effort, or creativity to put them together. Yeah, especially if it's a comment that isn't a question, like just saying cool, or yeah, or and not really like saying anything that seems like it needs a response. I feel bad about not responding to it in an equally creative / time consuming / energy consuming way. According to how much time, creativity, or effort it took to write such comment. Check my earlier chats. Oh, okay, hang on. Sorry, I've been rambling so much this stream. I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. I've been rambling so much this stream. I don't even remember. I swear, I don't even remember what I've been rambling about. So the only thing I remember rambling about, I guess I rambled a little bit about Klee, like really early on. Klee and Eula, really early on, and about the about character models and Alice. I feel like I rambled about something else a little bit after that, before the whole parenting thing. You see the Genshin Impact recoil tier list? What? What is a recoil tier list? Like gun recoil? What kind of recoil? I'm gonna buy the Klee skin. it is adorable, actually. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hang on. His name. Hang on. A boss, really difficult boss. Which? Oh, here it is. Ajdaha. Okay, well, as well help this guy out. Ajdaha. What would be a good what would be a good like set of 2 characters to use for Ajdaha?
Benny's adventure team, assemble! Or not.
Oh man, it's Pyro. What can I even use?
No one's joined me on an adventure in ages. Come on, let's go.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
Don't know
But where are
to
those who
use.
share?
Okay, I guess I'll use you. And then a healer, I guess. Well, pseudo healer. Oh. All right. No. Hang on. What is? Let me think. Yes. Okay.
Oh, ow! Where did that come from?
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Liura tend to stay a while, though it is where
In
many
Japanese
things
voice.
come to settle.
I think it
Benny's
reminds me
adventure
of it.
team,
Oh, sorry.
assemble!
Get ready. Yeah. Oh, I can't get ready. Just Ganyu. Wait. No. It was
Osmanthus
Cryo
wine
and
tastes
Pyro,
the
I
same
believe.
As I remember.
I didn't pay attention. I
But
just
where
saw
are
that it was like,
those
oh,
who
Cryo, I
share?
can't use Hu Tao. But I believe it was Cryo and Pyro.
Good things come to those who don't wait around. That's what they say anyway. Knowing my luck, the
Okay.
opposite is probably
Perfect.
true for me.
Am I ready? Oh, there. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. I just remembered, what's his name from Mulan? What's his name from Mulan? Shan Yu, I believe? Like the villain. What's the villain's name in Mulan?
You dare overstep your mortal authority?
Ow.
Let me read you a verse. Know my soul. Now you shall perish.
Wind strike. Adorn my night. Run this nature.
Okay, I'm leaving. Bye.
Today, you witness your reckoning.
Ganyu's only. Yeah, I could have used Ganyu's only, but then because oh.
Light it up.
This is my
Well, there goes our healer.
torn to oblivion.
Wind strike.
Okay, run.
Will not absolve
Okay,
you.
okay. Get away, bro. Get away. Well, oh, well, there it goes. There goes Kazuha.
experience an eon of suffering.
Oh my god, I hate this. Oh.
God couldn't break the curse.
Oh.
Witness the power of Gua.
Oh no, my E wasn't out. Okay. Well, that was dumb. And now I'm affected by cryo. Okay.
I will not be destroyed.
Yeah, sorry. Because this Ajdaha had hang on, let me get out of the domain so you can see. So you actually to fight Ajdaha, you have to look at what elements he has. Because he will always have two elements here. And here it shows cryo and pyro, which means he's going to have the cryo and pyro abilities. And at the same time, he's also going to have increased resistance of those two elements. So, yeah. So you have to pay attention to what elements are here.
Tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
So I'll just go to Amsterdam, Noord or Holland. And when you say people, you mean tourists, you mean?
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
How do I leave? How do I leave? Without something. Something. I promise I'm not singing this song. Don't copyright strike me for just saying those lyrics. No! Oh, and it's raining. Okay.
Off we go.
Can Bennett E get through the hydro and apply burning? No, the rain would just put it out. Man, this is awful. Well, you need to stick around. Freeze. You need to chill out. You know what I say to a ruined enemy in the rain. That's not Arnold's accent anymore. In the rain. Freeze. Nope, wrong teleport. Dendro tornadoes? I got such a bounty. Really? What? Well, maybe you just kill your bounties so quickly. Or maybe you just turn off your brain. That specific bounty always has the Dendro tornadoes. At least as far as I've paid attention to. If you get that bounty from here, as far as I've noticed, it always has the Dendro tornadoes. Immune to animal, I believe. What's up, Neko? You need help with anything? I mean, I'm currently in the middle of doing weeklies and stuff. So, I mean, if you need help with anything about your Ganyu, sure. Let me know exactly what you need. Don't just tell me look at it.
Let me weave you a verse. Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
It's basically tantamount to taking your car to a mechanic and then saying, hey, could you look at my car? And then you're like, okay, mechanic's like, okay, now what? Yeah, okay. Can you tell me exactly what you need? Like, what problem are you having? Okay, I guess those are all my weeklies. Now I gotta take care of bosses. Yeah. Okay. Can someone explain one thing? Why do Dendro Traveler? What is that? Dendro Traveler need rerun materials. That's weird. Oh wait. Oh, that's probably because. Are you what materials? The weekly materials, or are you talking about the talent materials? If you're talking about weekly materials, then it might be because there were no weekly bosses in Sumeru until after several patches. Until several patches after 3.0.
Insignificant past.
I see everything.
Gather. 1,000 eons.
Level up his talent. Need that we can. Okay, so you're talking about the talent books. I don't know. Maybe Hoyo just felt gracious to. Maybe Hoyo just felt gracious enough to give. No, well, how do I put this? So imagine if they made Dendro Traveler need talent books from Sumeru. So obviously you get Dendro Traveler when Sumeru came out, which means that's also the first time you're getting the Sumeru talent book domain, which means okay, you will not be able to pre-farm for Dendro Traveler abilities, which is fine because technically his ascension materials aren't supposed to be known to the public until he's officially out. So if you think about it that way, sure, it makes sense. But I don't know. I feel like it was the nice thing to do, because imagine if they made it so that Dendro Traveler needed Sumeru talent book materials, and
Good riddance.
so nobody would have been able to pre-farm. And on top of having to do the Archon quest, exploration, and what else? Basically everything. Now they also had to they also had to unlock the talent book domain in Sumeru just to level up their traveler abilities. Ganyu R5 Hamyumi? Yes, Franku, that is absolutely right.
Let's wait for you.
Yeah, I do have prototype, but my prototype on this account isn't highly refined. I just didn't bother to refine it anymore. Especially because most of the time I use Ganyu on this account is in the overworld. And in the overworld, I don't really need to burst, which means like I will always have the Hamayumi passive. And in the overworld, because most of the time I'm fighting smaller enemies such as Heliotrols or whatever, getting the passive to proc for Prototype Crescent is a little bit more annoying. And that's why I just went with Hamayumi instead of Prototype. Well, I do occasionally use my Ganyu on this account in Abyss, depending on what type of Abyss we get. But of course, that is depending on what type of Abyss we get. While Overworld is always going to be the same. Leveling up my Hamayumi for Shiminawa Ganyu. By far my biggest regret ever. It doesn't work. It doesn't work, my friend. Oh my god. Oh my. What the. That is unfortunate. I mean, okay. So when you read their abilities, Hamayumi and Shiminawa, were you not able to like put 2 and 2 together that you wouldn't be able to use Hamayumi passive? Like I mean, you would be able to use part of the passive, but basically you would never be able to use your passive to the fullest because of Shiminawa.
No, my sword. Let me weep. Game's up. Fun's over.
Let's just hope you didn't R5 your Hamayumi before you realized. Did you? I hope you didn't. Please tell me you didn't R5 it before you realized.
Quietly now. Gotcha. No, my sword. Rain cutter. Things are about to get dicey. Rain outlines your fate.
What? I didn't get particles from that?
Quietly now. Busted. No, my sword. Go.
At least you can use it on someone later. Well, I guess so. I mean, who are the characters that can use Hamayumi? I guess Yoimiya is one, but then that's if you like Yoimiya's playstyle. Some people don't like her playstyle. Who else? Who else can use Hamayumi? Oh, I guess Tartaglia. Oh, I guess yeah, Tartaglia. You can use it on Tartaglia. But that's also if you like his playstyle. And if you're skilled enough, then you won't have to put too much effort into learning his playstyle. And if you don't like him and are not generally good in video games like me, for example, then it's a rough learning curve. There's a bit of a learning curve to Tartaglia's playstyle. Get ready to be disappointed. Get ready to be disappointed. This summer, Leonardo DiCaprio and Arnold Schwarzenegger come together to form your worst artifact. Making you think you're gonna get a good artifact. But it turns out, it goes all into flat HP and flat defense, or flat attack. No matter how much you upgrade it, no matter how many times you try, it will always be copium. Yep, exactly. There it is. Hey, what's up? What? How are you, man? Of course, of course. Why not? I'm not. I mean, like, not a lot of people come to my streams. Okay, so it's not that hard. It's not that hard to not forget people. After what RJ said, I moved my Blizzard set onto Ayaka, and now my Ganyu has Amos. You have... my Ganyu that has Amos is benched for now. You have a Ganyu that has Amos? Okay, I mean, like, it's not the best thing in the world, but... I don't know. I don't know what to say, man. Okay, here's a tip. If you want your overworld to be just... basically, if you're somebody like me, who basically doesn't want to bother with overworld and just wants overworld to be done with, use your Ganyu. Use your Ganyu, man. Just put whatever on her. You don't... It doesn't even have to be a set. You have Amos anyway. So you will... Okay. Here's the thing. The max damage that you could have with Amos, R1, is only a little bit better than what you can get with R5 Prototype Crescent or R5 Hamayumi. Okay, so it makes people think that, oh well, then having Amos on Ganyu is not great then. But then, can you have an R5 Hamayumi or a Prototype Crescent? And if you're a long time player, sure, maybe. But can you always hit a weak spot on an enemy in the overworld? I'm guessing not. Slimes have no weak spots. Some ruined enemies only have weak spots, like, occasionally. Alright, sure. And sometimes you don't have a shielder, or your shield got broken, and you're gonna get tossed around if you try to do a charged attack to hit a weak spot. Okay, so you don't get the passive then. Which means the damage difference between your Prototype Crescent and your Amos bow will be quite a bit bigger, because you couldn't hit a weak spot. Okay, and let's move on to Hamayumi. Will you always have 100% energy? In the overworld, it's likely. But, it's in the overworld, it's likely, sure. But if you don't, then the damage difference between your R5 Hamayumi, that you're not getting max value from the passive of, and R1 Amos bow is going to be much bigger than just the potential, than the difference between the max potential of both weapons. So you have Amos bow, you might as well use it. you're always going to have 10% more damage than maximized R5 Hami and maximized R5 prototype Crescent without having conditions. In the overworld, it just basically it's like it makes the overworld sort of like a joke. And if you're somebody like me doesn't want to bother with the overworld, just use it. Use your Ganyu, man. Just put whatever on her. There doesn't even have to be a set. You could just put like attack, 2-piece attack, 2-piece attack, 2-piece attack, 2-piece cryo, whatever. As long as you have decent crit ratios. Had Amos. What'd you do with your Amos? You said had. Did you feed it? No, don't you? Okay, I swear. If you tell me you fed it to level up a weapon, I don't know what to say to you. Funny you say that, Nashidi. That's exactly how I feel talking to Siri most of the time. Cause like I feel like I'm listening to a dictionary where I'm always, you know, the weird thing is like it's a person, right? Like Siri, you're a person, and when you say something, I feel like obviously it's like just common courtesy for me to say something, right? To add to the conversation. But I feel like you're a dictionary, and I'm only taking from you, and I can't give anything to you. You know what I mean? Like it feels and I don't get me wrong. I love learning stuff. I just feel bad because you are another person, and I wish I could just add a bit more to the conversation rather than just taking from the conversation. Do I need... Okay, I'm gonna let you guys decide. Do I need more XP books or do I need more Mora? I'm gonna show you my XP books and my Mora at the same time, and you guys decide. What do I need? XP books or Mora? At least you could straw box now. Yeah, I could actually. I could, yeah, because like I'm getting kind of full on artifacts. It's been annoying. Like just doing dailies and stuff. I kind of just want to do dailies and then do resin and then just leave. Like just log out, close Genshin. But then whenever my artifacts are full, it gets annoying because then I have to look through my artifacts, see what I can feed, see what I can fodder, etc. And it gets annoying, especially when I have this strong box. It takes a bunch of time, and it's most of the time I hardly get anything from it. A lot of the time I don't get anything from it. Your Mora can pay someone's hospital bill. That XP book can publish a novel. I mean, okay, I guess so. I mean, like, I really have been hoarding. I have been hoarding for quite a bit. And I really haven't had too many characters on this account to level. Like, look, this is an AR60 account. And, like, look at how few 5-stars I have. Right? Like, most people at AR, like, 55, or even before AR 55, they have like from here to probably here 5 stars, and like I've hardly leveled characters, and most of them aren't even like really leveled, right? Like for example, okay, like look at Sucrose. Sucrose is somewhat leveled, but then I didn't level her talents. Oh, I did. That is weird. But yeah, I sort of stopped midway because like the only reason why I leveled them up was this was before, way back then, when I didn't really know what I was doing. And then by the time that I did know what I was doing, I was like, oh well, okay. And then I just stopped. Let's say, okay, Mona, like look, they like my basically my resource spendage is like in max. So obviously I am gonna get a bit more DPS if I level this up, but I'm almost never normal attacking on Mona. Same thing with this. Same thing with this. I didn't even bother to. Why did I not? Why did I not level this up? Oh yeah, because the apparently this attack bonus ratio is based on the skill and not on the burst, and I didn't really have a good build on her, so I didn't bother making her do any more damage. As for official, don't really need to level up the skill. So I didn't. Yep. I don't use Beidou that much, so I didn't bother leveling her abilities to 12 to max. I only leveled up Razor like way back then when this account was like super young, didn't have a lot of characters to begin with, and then by the time that I got more characters, yeah, Razor has been benched. Yeah, and all the like, yeah, I'm a hoarder, man. I'm a treasure hoarder. I may as well be an NPC in the game. An NPC, like sort of like a legend in. Wait, have I done all my weeklies? Yes, I did. Okay. All right. So now I gotta do. You know what? I'm just gonna do XP books. I feel like I might run out of XP books before I run out of Mora. I think. I can't say that for sure, but maybe. Why skill level looks blue? That's because when you have constellations of certain constellations.
Time to begin
C3? Yes, C3 and C5. When you have C3 and C5 of basically any character, then you get 3 more levels to your skill and burst.
Stabilize.
I've learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson. That what's it called? Leyline has a cryo and hydro immune enemies. Wait, is it cryo? Oh no, actually, wait, I'm dumb. Okay, it doesn't have cryo immune enemies. It has I believe animo immune and hydro immune enemies. All right. Okay, I guess the perks of having 3 accounts. I guess I wouldn't really call it perks. More of an effect, I guess. More of an effect of having 3 accounts.
Stabilize.
Oh. Use Kazuha only. Jeez. I don't think I hate myself enough to do something like that, man. Yeah, I don't think I hate myself enough to do something like that. Maybe when the day comes that I hate myself so much, then I'll do something like that. Using Kazuha only to fight enemies that are immune to Animo, sure. But as of right now, I still have a bit of love for myself, so no. Appreciate it, but no. I guess that's 3. Yep, that is 3. And now, okay. RJ, you use Shime or Crimson Hu Tao? Which is better? I have Crimson on all my Hu Taos. I just prefer Crimson. And that's not because I think Crimson is better than Shimenawa, but that also, me saying this also doesn't mean that I think Shimenawa is better than Crimson. I think both of them are just as good as each other, and it's up to your preference. I prefer to be able to use my burst more often. I think you are able to use your burst with Shimenawa, but if you're fighting enemies that drop a lot of particles, or if you're running a team that give you a lot of pyro particles, or just have a lot of fab users on the team, and if your Hu Tao just so happens to have like a good amount of ER from random substats. But if you don't, then it's highly unlikely that you will ever be able to use your burst, and I prefer to be able to use Hu Tao's burst. Yeah, I use it because, like, number 1, iframes. Number 2, it's a very good source of AoE. It does take you above 50% HP, which means you lose the 33 pyro damage passive from Hu Tao. But yeah, like without her burst, she just has very little AoE. Like, no, you're basically taking away her only source of AoE, and iframes, and a potential heal in case you're starting to get uncomfortable with how low your Hu Tao HP is getting.
Witness the power of Fuhua.
Your voice is amazing. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it, man. I just wish, I mean, okay. I mean, alright, you know, yeah. Let me just say this. I'm not, it's not that I'm not thankful that I have whatever voice I have now. In fact, I actually really like my voice. I used to work in customer service. I've worked in customer service for American companies for about 4 years or so. And in the 4 years, I worked for 4 different American companies in customer service and in basically call centers. So over there's always going to be some sort of like coaching session where your manager or somebody who's in charge of basically making sure everybody does well, whether that's QA or that's your manager or whoever, will pull you into a coaching session and give you some time off at work to listen to either your recording or somebody else's recording. And I listen to my voice and I'm like, wow, okay, that's pretty cool. And sometimes that actually helps. Like, it's hard to explain, but it is a psychological thing mostly. But the type of voice that a customer service rep has a certain effect on a customer, and that may make the customer's mood worse than it already is, or it may calm down the customer a little bit more. And if you just so happen to have the right voice and have the right intonation and know how to put the right words together in the right situation, then you're gonna have a better time doing your job. Your job is just gonna get a little bit easier. And I know it's a very small factor, the voice, because like especially if you get really good at all the other stuff like intonation, wording, delivery, timing, etc., then your voice sort of matters very little anymore. But if you're not very good at the wording, timing, intonation, etc., then your voice will matter a little bit more. And if your voice sounds relaxed, then it makes you sound like you're relaxed, and if you sound like you're relaxed, it makes the customers more comfortable that their problem will get resolved. Yeah, but if you sound like you're panicked, if you sound like you're having a hard time, then it really loses customer trust in you and will make it so that customers have less trust in you. Okay, I just repeated myself. Whoever customer you're talking to will have less trust in you than they would if you sounded more relaxed and a lot calmer, which will make your job a lot harder, because you will then have to even spend time trying to calm a customer down or to get their trust again. Oh, stop. We're already, we'll start blushing. Jeez. I don't think I'm even physically capable of blushing. I don't think I've ever blushed before. And now that you bring that up, oh, yeah, so I don't think I've even ever seen anybody blush before. Is that just an anime thing? Or an animation thing? Or is blushing a real thing? I don't know. I'm 30 years old and I sound ignorant and dumb, but like, please just bear with me, because like I really don't know.
It's showtime!
It's showtime! I can't match the VA's, the Ito's English VA's energy, man. He's so, like, energetic. I don't know. And I love it when his English VA is on a special program, because despite him not being in character, I still feel like I'm looking at Ito. I still feel like I'm listening to Ito, despite him not being in character. Literally just noticed Hutao is Blade from HSR. Oh, okay, well, I don't get that reference. So you mean Blade is Hutao from Genshin? Okay, touche. Took my earbuds, watch your stream one time before, and she was like, why is his voice so nice? Whoa, okay, that is alright. If I could blush, I would be blushing now. That is so sweet of your friend. Yeah, please tell her thanks.
Witness my great undertaking.
That being said, it might also be, I guess it might also be the microphone too. Cause like I have the mic I have is a condenser mic. Like I keep forgetting what the other type of microphone is called, but there's like a different type of microphone where it picks up more of the higher frequencies. It's more sensitive to the higher frequencies than it is to the lower frequencies, and it's the types of mics that are mostly used in what is it called? That are mostly used in radio stations.
Feel this ancient power. Advance. Rally.
It's also more often used on podcasts, I believe, but only if you have only if a podcaster has multiple mics, like one microphone for each person on the podcast. But if you're all just sharing one microphone, then they usually use a condenser mic. My mic is a condenser mic, so it's more sensitive to the lower frequencies, and that's why it sounds even more I guess calm. I don't know how to put it. My voice sounds even more calm than it does. Since when was Albedo that short? What? Oh my god. Alright. If Albedo mains, I can hear the Albedo mains picking up their pitchforks, man. You better hightail it out of here. I hear them Albedo mains picking up their pitchforks. Oh, they're coming for you. I think that's everything. What is this? Oh! Oh! Huh. I got an achievement. I've apparently I've never defeated Ijda in co-op because I never do co-op apparently. Hey, happy birthday, A. Oh, yes, that's right. Oh, yes, that's yes. I used a condensed resin. No, not used, but I made a condensed resin rather. So, pop. Hey. Oh man. Alright, if you guys are wondering how to get that pop-up when trying to collect crystal flies, just collect 10,000 crystal flies, yeah, and then you get that pop-up. It's fun. Okay, while I typically don't like flexing, but I feel like it's about the only thing that I could think of that is worth flexing in Genshin. Because like most of the time people flex in Genshin, they flex their characters, they flex their artifacts, while I don't mind if a whale or somebody who gets like super lucky. I don't know how lucky you have to be F2P and have like R5 C6 characters. I have no idea how lucky you'd have to be F2P and have those. But if you're like a whale and have R5 C6 everything and you flex that, I think that's an actual flex, because you're flexing how much money you have, whether you earned it yourself or your mom and dad or your grandpa earned it for you. That's a flex, right? It's something that someone, whether it was you or not, had to work hard for. And me being a hoarder, having like I don't know, like that much mora and that many XP books and that many crystal flies, I feel like is a more satisfying thing to flex because it's something that I worked hard on, compared to flexing artifacts. I'm just switching accounts, by the way. Be right back. Yeah, because artifacts are completely random, so there is no way to know which when you're gonna get a good artifact. You can get a good artifact immediately as soon as you start farming 5-star artifacts at AR45. You could also get your flex-worthy artifacts more than 2 years after you started playing the game. RJ, what's your highest damage? It might have been on my second account. Yeah, I didn't really like. I think the highest damage I might be able to do would be on Hu Tao, like a melt or something. But I never really. I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. I just don't feel like doing any of that, like trying to get max damage. But I did do it on Shogun for a little bit, and I that's mostly because I think it's easier. The setup is just a lot easier on Shogun, I think. Let's see, because I just used, what was it, Kazuha, Bennett, Mona, and of course Shogun, and then I did it with food in the overworld against, I believe it was the Perpetual Mechanical Array. Yes, Perpetual Mechanical Array. What is it called again? Purveyor, I believe. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, this is on my third account, Yeah, this is on my third account, and that's with food, overworld, I believe, Shogun's Burst, and max, what's the thing called? What is it called again? I don't remember. I don't remember. What is it called? Like whatever it is that you gain every time you, as soon as when your E is active and when you do bursts on your other characters. I killed a lot of animals in Sumeru. Jeez. Oh wait. Wait a moment. Oh. When you said that, Franco, you reminded me of what were they called? So I used to play this video game, this MMORPG called Flife, way back in the day, and they weren't called achievements. What were they called? Oh, okay. They were titles. There were titles in the game that you could choose to display next to your name. And those titles, they didn't really do anything, but they were those titles were, some of them were really hard to get. And Mona for the Omen enemy debuff, because enemies that have the Omen, what's the effect again? They will take up to 60% more damage. Yeah, no, I don't have C6R on any of my accounts, and that's why I went with Mona, because Mona can give you TTDS and the Omen thing. Yeah, and so these titles in Flife, one of them, no, not one of them, but a lot of them were to kill a certain number of a certain mob, of a certain enemy. And it was an insane number. Resolve, that's right. That's right. Thank you, Sean. Resolve. And it was something like a crazy number. It was something like kill 50,000 of this mob. And the thing in Flife is a lot of mobs have like the normal one. It has like a stronger version of that one, and then a weaker version of that one, and it has to be the correct one. It cannot be the stronger one or the weaker one. It has to be like the normal one. And if you killed, like, I think it was like, you get a certain title at when you kill like 20,000 of that mob, and then the next one was I think 50 or 100,000. It was insane. But and I wish that they would do that, something like that in Genshin. When you, Franco, when you said you killed a lot of animals in Sumeru, you reminded me of that, and I wish that they would have some sort of achievement related to that, like, so that like people would be able to like flex their having this or that achievement, like having killed like, I don't know, 5,000 boars. I mean, they already have it in fishing. Like, I think it's like catch 2,000 fish or something is like the maximum achievement. Why don't they have it for animals, right? I feel like they should. They should also have it for animals. Okay, switching accounts. Didn't know you had an Naito. Oh no, that wasn't my account. That was my friend's account. Okay. Now I'm swapping to my account. Yeah. I actually like Ayato's. I don't know. I feel like his playstyle is pretty satisfying. Especially like the hyper carry Ayato. It feels pretty satisfying. Especially if you have him really well built. But I feel like it takes quite a bit of investment to get him up to speed. to get him to be strong enough to feel satisfying to play. Oh, I didn't know you wanted the Ayato. See you guys later. Bye, chat. Alright, gotta go. Almost out of data. Okay, okay. Alright, thanks for hanging out with us, Nashidi. Take care, man. You guys keep a lot of you guys mention running out of data for the day, or running out of data in general, and it makes me realize what my life it makes me think about what my life would be like if I wasn't like if I was in your situation, because like the thing is, I might actually end up being in a situation like that one day in the future. Because my parents don't really have any land or any property to their name, except for the one that their current house is built on. And where it's located is in a place where the decent ISPs in the country don't have service in, and will highly likely never have service in. Well, my wife's parents do have quite a lot of property in their name, but they're mostly in they're all in locations where in the same situation as my parents as my parents' property, in a location where none of the good ISPs in my country provide service in, and are highly unlikely to ever have to ever provide service in. So so either that me and my wife have to eventually buy our own property in a location that suits my job's needs, which is terrible because like our parents already have such property that we could just take advantage of. In that way we wouldn't have to pay rent, but we can't. And it'll be because of, you know, like real estate, right? You guys know about real estate already. Its prices are crazy. They just won't go down at all. Instead they keep coming up. They keep going up, and despite property prices of many places not being reasonable anymore, it still just won't go down. Property prices still just won't go down because of everyone's perception that property value will keep going up. So it does, because everyone believes it will keep going up. How about Blizzard Ayato? Oh, I actually, when Ayato was released, Blizzard was actually an artifact set that I thought would be usable on him. Yeah, because like he had a good AoE on his Hydro application. Yeah, I mean obviously you'd be wasting the 2-piece set effect, but sure, in a freeze team I guess. But then you'd have to make sure that you'd be able to swirl Hydro, and in a freeze team you're a bit more likely to have 2 cryo characters instead of having 2 Hydro characters in a freeze team. I mean, like if you really want to, you could have 2 Hydro characters, and that'll make it so that you have a lot of Hydro application, and it'll make it easier to swirl Hydro. Of course, it depends on your rotation, depends on what characters you have. Sure, but still. No, it's down there. Okay. It's right here somewhere. No, I did not pay attention. This cat's gonna get away from me. Yep. Okay. I did not pay attention to what I needed to say. The slashes feel very nice. Whoa. So okay, apparently your interpretation of Ayato's slashes are what is it? Shoo shoo shoo. Okay, okay. All right. This is something that this is Kettle Toro's interpretation of his slashes, and she calls them shing shing blades. Isn't like, and then when I heard her say that, I just thought I'm gonna call them shing shing blades from now on because it sounds adorable. Especially when you hear it from her. I don't know. I really like her voice. She sounds like her voice sounds really cute. And her giving Ayato's slashes that cute name, Shing Shing Blades, just yeah, totally sells it for me.
I'll be back.
No, why'd you turn? Just let me hit you.
Where do you think you're?
Well, I'm the one guy that wants every character just to play with them. I don't think you're alone here, man. Like, I mean, I'm not saying I'm one of them, but I don't think you're alone in being someone who wants every character just to be able to play with them. Yeah, I feel like I think that's most of the players in Genshin. I think that's almost everyone, man. Like, even I'm pretty sure even some of the like very combat oriented players feel the same way.
It's time to pull the trigger.
I mean, if while I don't feel too strongly about it, if I could, I would love to have every character just to be able to try them out. But because I can't, so I don't.
Busted.
I was cleaning my toys, and now I can't assemble it back properly. Well, that sort of happens to me a lot, and not just with toys, unfortunately. At least with you, it's just a toy, and I don't know how important that toy is to you. Please, yeah, don't take it. Please don't take my word as like my words as like I'm downplaying your how bad it is. But like some with me, it happens to me when I'm cleaning like something really important, like for example like a laptop or a desktop computer that I use for work. What else does it happen to? It happens to me with my electric fan occasionally when I open up the back cover to clean it up.
You are not welcome here.
Quietly now.
And I remember it happening. Oh, it happened to me too. Like something really. I was dumb. I was a kid. I was like, how old was I? I think it was like in 3rd grade or something. No, not 3rd grade. Like I think like 4th grade maybe. So I sort of broke my first desktop computer. I didn't know how to take off the the fan like locking mechanisms from the CPU fan. And so apparently I had broken one of the clips, and because of that it wasn't pushing the CPU hard enough into the CPU socket, and so it wasn't turning on. It would just keep beeping on me. And this was way back then. It wasn't a modern computer. It was modern for the time. It wasn't like the super high-end computer at the time, but it was definitely a modern one. Pentium 4? No. Was it a Pentium 4? I believe it was a Core 2 Duo. I don't remember. I was a kid. I wasn't that informed about computers. I believe it was a Core 2 Duo, Intel Core 2 Duo at the time, and this was like year 2005, I believe. And the computer at that point had only been about a year. I've only owned it for about a year, and I'd already broken one of the clips, and so it was beeping on me. And then what happened was I tried turning it on. I knew what I had done wrong. I knew what had happened, but I didn't know how to fix it. So what I did was I tried turning on the PC while pushing the CPU fan on, and then it worked. It turned on, and then when the computer was on, I let go of the fan. I let go of the fan, and then it turned. I think it just froze. Yeah, it just froze, and I was like, okay, well, I'm screwed. And then at some point, apparently I had pushed it in a way that it stuck. It stuck enough that it would. I guess the CPU pins. Like I guess I pushed it in a way to where the CPU pins had enough contact with the CPU socket that it didn't need me to be always pushing on it. And I was very careful when I closed it, because the first time I let go of it and the computer was on, when I closed the cover, apparently that was enough to shake it, or the vibration of me putting the cover on was enough to shake the CPU out enough that it lost contact probably. The computer froze again. I had to do it again, really carefully, and it was bad. It was I to this day I have not told my parents about it. I feel very bad because that was a very expensive computer at the time. Thankfully though, the computer did last me for a good long while. Yeah, it lasted me until the days when wait, when did it break? I don't remember. Oh wait, I remember now. Okay. So at some point my dad bought a laptop, a Dell laptop, and then because he wasn't that into computers, didn't even know how to use a computer at the time, and it wasn't like, this was like so long ago too, like 2007 I believe, 2006, no 2007 or 2008. Laptops back then were not 16 by 9. So if you guys could picture out how long ago this was, these were not 16 by 9 computers, these were 4 by 3 computers. And I'm talking about the aspect ratio of the screen, and of course the shape of the laptop is highly dependent on the aspect ratio of the screen. So yeah, this was that long ago. My dad later did buy a laptop for himself, and it was one of those, it was it was a 16 by 9 laptop already. The next laptop he bought for himself. But it was a Toshiba laptop, right? Like, when's the last time you've seen Toshiba make laptops? It was a Toshiba laptop that had a lock to keep it closed. When's the last time that you've seen a laptop like that that had a lock to keep it closed? This was that long ago, and at that point, because my desktop computer was already aging quite a lot at that point. By all means, the game that I played at the time it's definitely not resource intensive today. Well, I guess it is kind of, because I think it was mostly programmed to be like a single core. I don't know how many cores it utilizes, but it definitely doesn't utilize all the cores. It's definitely not a multi-core game.
We're way behind schedule.
Because I run it, I still sometimes open it today, and it definitely does not feel like it's taking advantage of the many cores that CPUs have nowadays. It still performs just the same, just as good / bad as it did way back then. And my computer was my desktop computer was already aging at that point. It was quite laggy. Load times were really slow. And when I opened it on the laptop, I was like, wow, this is awesome. Like, I didn't realize it could load this quickly. So I started to use the laptop at that point, and you know, it was 2007, 2008. So my laptop had a had a VGA port in it. So I was able to hook up my CRT monitor, a CRT monitor, to my laptop, and so I did. I used the laptop as a permanent, desktop, and about a year later, I hadn't turned on my desktop anymore. About a year, less than a year later, when I tried turning it on, it wasn't turning on, and I was like, oh well, that's I'm actually kind of sad. I was actually kind of sad because I had like 300 of my all right, this was okay, you guys know what I mean. This was the mid 2000s, back when you had, if you wanted a nice playlist of your favorite songs, you had to download them. You had to download them. Yeah, those were the days, huh? If you wanted a nice playlist of your favorite songs, you had to download your songs. Download your songs onto your MP3 player, onto your desktop computer, and yeah. So I felt kind of bad. I lost the 300-ish songs that I had, that were very specifically catered to me specifically, because like, well, I picked them, I downloaded them. And I was okay. And I was like, okay, well, at least I didn't have any files or whatever on that computer that I was not going to ever be able to recover, or at least like I would lose sleep over if I couldn't recover it. So I just, okay, I was like, well, that's actually pretty bad, but hey, I have a laptop now, so I can, like, life isn't going to change for me anymore. And then yeah, that was it.
Thank you for
I will probably, yeah, I will actually put effort in to never forget the I guess the experiences I had on that first ever computer I had. I might one day forget some of it, but I wish I don't have to. Like, it was a hobby when I just dismantled everything I saw, and it was so interesting learning about how it worked. There's a cube which I used for getting rid of my frustration, so yeah, it's somewhat important to me. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, like, well, you've given yourself something to do. That's the positive of it. So I mean, Hoyo's not gonna give us anything to do anyway. So at least you've given yourself something to do.
Perish! Churn!
That story was so fun. I mean, it's I guess I don't know how common that story must be, but because like I don't really ever hear anyone talk about it. I occasionally hear about it like from tech content creators, like for example like Linus, for example. Oh, awesome. Ouch. No.
Don't worry, I got this.
Solidified.
Come at me, bro. Okay. Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like that must have happened to so many people in that era. But because it probably happened to like very average people just like myself at the time, it doesn't always get shared with the media, because most of the time people in the media, people, high profile people typically know what they're doing. Oh, I thought I missed. So, and if they do break something, they typically have just a bunch of whatever they need. So they never really talk about breaking stuff. They talk about it as if like it's a joke. Like, yeah, it was a joke. It's funny that yeah, you broke something, but then they could just generally just move on compared to like the average person who camped.
Born of ice and frost.
I was destined for more.
And I guess that kind of story just feels it just feels more valuable to a normal average person than somebody who isn't, I guess. Yeah, but then like, okay, that's only like one one story of mine that involves my special kind of luck. I guess like if somebody asks me like, hey, can you tell me what other instances have you had with your special type of luck? Like, I can't exactly like bring up anything. Oh, okay. I guess I can. This was probably this is a pretty recent one. Not tech related, not gaming related, but just a very good example of what my kind of luck is like. And okay, so where I take my garbage out is like I always just take my garbage out and put it on the corner of the street across from my house. And my house isn't in a corner, but I kind of have to walk over a little bit to this corner, to the intersection. And I'm somebody who's not really comfortable in being shirtless ever in public. So, and it's not really something I've ever done. I think I've never done it. And just that one time, I decided I didn't want to bother going upstairs to get my t-shirt. When I'm at home, I'm generally shirtless when I'm at home. But whenever somebody comes over, I always put a shirt on. Or whenever I'm going out the door. And that time, it was nighttime already. I think it was like 10 at night already. So I didn't bother going upstairs to get my shirt. So I just went out to take out the trash without my shirt, thinking, it's pretty late anyway, so I'm sure nobody will be there. And then I just so happened to take a little bit longer, just a little bit longer than it would have normally taken me, because I was what was I doing? I think I was making sure the trash was fine, like there was nothing else that I was missing, that everything that needed to be in the trash was in the trash. And so I did, and the street was basically empty,
Solidify.
except right at that moment. Right at the moment where I just so happened to walk out into the... and I was headed towards the corner, and I was already far away from any cover that I could possibly put myself behind.
Stabilize.
And I was at the point where there was no turning back, and just a group of ladies just so happened to be walking by so late at night. And then I looked when they passed by, when they were gone, I looked around the street and there was no one there, no one else, completely empty street. So when I realized there was no turning back, I was like, well, I mean, I'm not surprised. I feel awful. I feel really embarrassed, but I'm not even surprised.
Would you care to... If you ever...
Hang on. I've done 2 bosses. Gotta do 1 more. Plus 60. So 90 plus 60, 150. Minus 60. 90 minus 30. 50. That means I can condense 1 more resin. I think. I hope. I hope that's the right math. If it's not, I'm gonna be really disappointed. So, anyway. Yeah, enough about me then. How about you guys? Like, I'm sure you guys saw the special program, right? So, and I'm sure most of you guys already know who's coming in 3.8. Are you guys thinking of going for somebody in 3.8?
Solidify.
Gotcha. Know my sword. Huh? Let me read you. Game's up. Fun's over.
Absurd. Illusions are but distractions.
Gather.
Know my sword. Witness the power. Busted.
This one, a fleeting shadow. Only emptiness.
I pre-farmed for Eula, but I pulled Kazuha for this patch. And Sucrose is benched at the moment. I mean, I guess that is sort of what happens when you get Kazuha, because like they are very similar characters. Like they may as well be the same character, just in different character models and have slightly different animations. That they're very, very similar to each other. Only difference is that Kazuha gives elemental damage and Sucrose gives EM. Yeah, and Kazuha has better crowd control, but Sucrose can use TTDS. I guess I might want... Yeah, I guess I might want more on this account. Are Eula or Klee good? Oops, I pressed E. Like I lost 50-50 on Kazuha, so... Oh, are you not gonna try for Kazuha anymore then? I don't know, like I feel like you should. Yeah, like if that were my account, I would keep trying for Kazuha. And if all else fails, then sure, maybe save your Prima Gems. I don't know, like if you don't have... If you think you like Eula's playstyle, I would recommend looking up footage, a lot of footage of their playstyle, but don't just look up showcases, because showcases, well, it's a showcase, so it will showcase said character in the best possible scenario they can be. So, of course, it's not going to showcase the worst situation that they can be in. So, yeah, like, as much as you can, try and look for footage of the character that you have decided to try to pull for, either Klee or Eula, if you like their playstyle. Klee, like if you want to min-max Klee, like you really will have to learn animation cancels, and if you don't, sure, you can still play Klee, but you're sort of missing out on a lot of potential damage if you don't take advantage of the whole animation canceling thing.
Solidify.
Let me weave you a verse. Gotcha. Here comes the catch. Rain outlines your fate.
Wait, I have 2 already? What a dummy. I just said I want more on this account, and I go ahead and farm XP books. What a dummy. Okay. She has good crowd control, but feels clunky. Having 2 catalysts. 2 catalysts? Oh, random. Wait, what team do you use did you use your Sucrose in? For freeze team for Sucrose itself. Oh well, okay. Well, in a freeze team, yeah, then Kazuha is definitely gonna be much better, because like the only thing that you're getting from Sucrose in freeze is just the 4VV. Yeah, because EM is kind of useless in freeze. Freeze doesn't really do any damage, unless if you do shatter, maybe. Depending on who your cryo characters are, like if you have a Claymore character or whoever, or like a Geo character for some reason, then yeah, sure, but you likely don't. So yeah, EM's useless and freeze.
Time to begin work?
Call me on my third account. Not drawing for anyone anytime soon. Ah, I see. Okay, okay.
Boats
Really
are
wait
made
for
for
next
transferring
Nilu
commodities
or
back
Hutao
and forth,
rerun.
and those
Those
that come
are my
across
most
Weal
wanted
tend to stay
characters
a
at the
while.
moment.
So it is where many
Nilu
things
and
come to
Hutao. Okay. Well, I mean, like, meta-wise, yeah, sure, Hutao. Nilu though. Yeah. Oh, actually, you know what? Never mind. Nilu's actually pretty strong as a DPS. Like, she doesn't do the damage herself personally, but because her kit has it, then she allows the bountiful course. So technically, in a Nilu team, as long as you have a Hydro Dendro only team, then yeah, she is the DPS, and she's actually pretty good at it. The only gripe I have about it is how limited the team selection is because of the elemental requirement. Try to
Osmanthus
get
wine
Kazuha
tastes the
until the
same
banner
as I
ends. Oh, okay.
remember.
Well, at least you're still trying. Hey, I
But
wish you
where
luck,
are those
Babish.
who
I really
share?
hope you get your Kazuha before he goes away, because, like, man, both, at least for me, okay, this is at least my experience of him. The game feels very different having him versus not having him, because I have 3 accounts, right? And I got Kazuha on his release on my second and third accounts, but I did not get him on his release on my main account. So
No touching.
I had to wait until his first rerun to get Kazuha. On my main account, and it felt awful. It honestly felt awful. In fact, the whole time I was waiting for Kazuha's first rerun, Overworld, at least Overworld, in the very least, felt really, really bad. Abyss kind of felt the same because my main account was at that point already quite a bit stronger than my second and third accounts, but Overworld felt like night and day. I didn't even want to log in to do dailies and resin on my main account at that time, because, like, Kazuha changed so much of the overworld. Okay, so if you guys are wondering why Genshin's frozen, I'm alt tabbing to do the what is it called, daily check-in.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
Okay, there it is.
But where are those who share?
Weird how EM can scale on Geo, but not on Freeze. I mean, like, the only thing that... well, it's not even in Freeze, though. Yeah, right? Like, well, I guess it is somewhat in Freeze, because another reaction that you can get from Freeze is Shatter. And Shatter is affected by EM. But you can't Shatter if you don't have a Claymore user or an ability that deals, like, heavy what is it called, poise damage. So something like a Geo attack or a Claymore attack, then you're not gonna be able to Shatter at all. What the? I've never gotten this? What? Okay. That blows my mind. Wow. Okay, sure. Huh. Let me go back. Okay. Oh, that was trippy. I got a question above. Oh, sorry. Okay. Really like Nilu. She's really fun. Design looks good. Okay, I got a question above. Let me go back a little bit. Maybe it's a little too late to ask. Now, which weapon is best for Ayaka F2P? Ayaka. So most people tend to run with just like the most. I think the most common FTP weapon that people use on Ayaka is probably, what's this sword called? Man, I don't know what this sword is called. Hang on. Oh, just remembered. Aminoma. Aminoma Kageyuchi it's the craftable sword from Inazuma. It just suits her really well, right? It's a low base attack weapon, and I mean it would be better if it had a high base attack, but at least it has, because it's a low base attack weapon. At least it gives you a lot of attack percent from its secondary stat, and it gives you energy back. I don't remember the exact wording, but from what I remember, it's like it gives you a certain amount of energy depending on how many times you casted your skill, you used your skill before you used your burst. Like, cuz like it gives you energy back after you use your burst based on how many times you used your skill. While it's not perfect, like you won't be able to maximize it with Ayaka because she has a long-ish skill cooldown, but because Ayaka definitely needs, she definitely needs help with energy, right? So getting energy back helps her a lot. What else? Hang on, sorry. I'm trying to think of what else I should be doing. Oh yeah, that's right. If your team doesn't, like, whatever team you put together for your Ayaka, like for example your Rosaria or Shenhe have they have Fab Lance, and then who else? Let's say your Ayaka just so happens to have a good amount of, like a significant amount of ER from your substats. Your Kazuha has Fav, and your second cryo character, no, that's already Shenhe. Let's say your Kokomi or your Mona has a lot of has, I don't know, like for some reason you put Fav on them too. Like basically, if you're in a situation where you're not short on energy for your Ayaka, then some people go for Black Cliff. Yeah, some people go for Black Cliff as well, because Black Cliff gives you attack percent, attack percent each enemy you kill. I think it's like, oh, I don't remember what was it again. It stacks up to 3 times, and like the buff lasts for, I think, quite a long time. I think like 30 seconds or something. And it sounds really cool, right? But that only really works if you're fighting a lot of smaller enemies compared to fewer high HP enemies. With fewer high HP enemies, like let's say, I don't know, 2 or 3 ruin enemies, or a single boss, then then the passive may as well be useless. It may as well not have a passive, but people use it because it's a high base attack weapon, and the secondary stat is crit damage. And typically, you're running your Ayaka, or people run Ayaka with 4 Blizzard, right? So people just stack and stack and stack crit damage on her.
Where did that come from?
Hello, 90 R3 Aminoma. and I'm hearing people say it's not that good on her. Starting to regret all my life decisions. Don't worry, man. Don't worry. So it's definitely far from something like Mistsplitter. Definitely far from something like Mistsplitter. But like, what other sword is there?
Born of ice and frost. I'm getting sick of this.
There's not really any other options, as you know, on an F2P Ayaka. Also optional if you have good ER or on substats. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, just keep your Amenoma, man. Just keep your Amenoma. I don't know, depending on like how many billets you have or how willing you are to use up more billets for your Ayaka. Because like I don't know, like sooner or later I feel like you might eventually go for Mistsplitter, because Mistsplitter is actually a pretty good sword itself, and not just for Ayaka but for many other characters as well. So at some point, I don't know, like basically ask yourself, will I ever try to go for Mistsplitter? And if the answer is yes someday, then you know you're gonna bench your Amenoma at some point. Then I would recommend against refining it even more. But if you are like completely fixed that you're very sure that you will never ever try to go for Mistsplitter, then yeah, sure. You can just take it all the way to R5.
Off we go.
Royal sword. As the Kazuha Yushin, Kazuha's 4-star katana. Kazuha's 4-star katana? Oh, from the story quest. Never leveled it, knowing what it does. It's awful. Please, just don't. Just don't, man. I mean, like if you have any shred of self-respect and you don't completely hate yourself, then don't. Do yourself a favor. don't raise that sword. It's not terrible, but it's also not great. I'm just curious, do any Asian countries learn Latin or Old Greek? Not in the Philippines. I don't know about other Asian countries. Yeah, I know that in the Philippines that's definitely not taught, at least not as I was growing up. No hint of it has ever been mentioned to me as I was growing up. So yeah, I can safely say that I'm pretty sure that it's not taught in the Philippines. I don't know about any other Asian countries. I'm running Ayaka, Mona, TTDS, Ganyu, Fab. Jeez, you have Ayaka and Ganyu. Account that doesn't have Kazuha. That feels bad. I mean, okay. So who are you using for your animal for VV? I'm assuming you're Ganyu is C4 or less, or C6, I don't know. French language in Indian. Oh, really? Ah, I'm surprised. I didn't expect that actually. as optional language. Oh, it's optional. But I'm actually surprised that it's an option at all. That was nice hearing you say it's awful. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, I don't remember its stats at all. All I remember is its secondary stat is attack percent, and that's it. And there's a reason why I don't remember. Is I probably never looked at it again. As soon as I looked and read, I was like, no, not useful on anyone. So that's how I typically, like, especially if it's an old weapon. If it's an older weapon that I'm pretty sure I have but never used, then that's how I will generally know that it was how bad it was, how bad it is rather, is if I don't remember it at all. If I did not raise it, and if I don't remember what it does at all, then that's like a good sign for me to immediately consider it. Okay, so that I don't remember it because it's bad. I'm not saying it's completely useless on Ayaka, but if you don't have any billets, if you don't have any star glitter for Blackcliff, then, well, we all gotta do what we gotta do. Surely you guys have several schools that teach Spanish. In the Philippines, no. Spanish, maybe some very specialized schools, but as for like the average school, like most schools, I don't think so. Despite the Philippines being at some point a Spanish colony, no. Surprisingly, Spanish is not taught at all in the Philippines. It probably was when they were still here, but no, it's not. It's not like in America where Spanish is an actual class that almost everyone has. Yeah, in the Philippines, I guess we have two language classes. One is Filipino class, and basically what it is it teaches Tagalog, especially if you're in a non-Tagalog part of the country. And when I say non-Tagalog, like I mean just a part of the country that the primary language isn't Tagalog. And I'm pretty sure even in Metro Manila, I'm pretty sure that even in Metro Manila that they also have Filipino subject. They're teaching Tagalog. And of course the other one's English as well. Sucrose. And you've met Ayaka. Sean, are you on our Discord server? Like, I mean, like, I don't know, like, it's getting late, so I'd rather not do that on stream right now. I think I'm done anyway. Yeah, if you're on our Discord server, like, just put up your Ayaka build in, what is it called? What is it called? Build discussion. There you go. Build discussion. Because you don't... I don't know. I feel like you don't need any help, but you just want someone's opinion. So, yeah, go into build discussion. Like, screenshot your... send your screenshot over there. Like, your what is it called? Your Enka screenshot. Yeah, and then... I'll take a look at it, like, maybe tomorrow. Preferably tomorrow, because it's getting really late. You can even at me over there. Like, yeah, at me actually. Just I'm Elvis Einstein on the server. Yeah, so just at me over there so I could see like a red dot on the server, and I could try to find the where I was mentioned. Let me think. Okay, I think that's everything. I'm not doing the phase trials thing yet because the last part isn't unlocked yet. Nope. You're not gonna Osmanthus whine us to death. Thank yous only. Appreciate it. 2.1k attack, 33, 215, 145 EM. Okay. 111 ER. I can't say much about ER because I don't actually know how much ER she needs to play comfortably. I just haven't had enough playtime on Ayaka to be able to give like a proper recommendation for how much ER she should have. Let's see. 0 778. I think your ratios are fine. And from what I remember, you have her on 4 Blizzard because you said you even said you've benched your Ganyu for now. The 33 215, I think it's decent. Yeah, I think it's decent. That's pretty good actually. Yeah, especially because this is on Amanoma. Talents. I mean, you already leveled her to 90, man. Like, why not take her talents all the way? Because like, all right, here's the thing. You get so much more from leveling a talent from 7 to 8 than from leveling a character, an attack scaling, crit scaling character from 80 to 90. Okay, alright, hang on. Let's... All right, so let's go take a look how much you're exactly how much you're getting from leveling a character from 80 to 90. Okay, let's see. Where's your base attack? Base attack. Okay, there it is. 301. And let's round it up, just to be generous. Let's round it up. No, sorry. Over here. 318. Okay. 318 and you're going to 342. So what is that? 24 flat attack. No, sorry. That's not flat attack. That's base attack. 24 base attack. Imagine how much that's going to get you overall. I'm more or less. I mean, like, you're more or less because, like, you're leveling up characters to 90. I mean, okay, I understand that's a very young account, but please don't level characters to 90 yet. It's not that important. It's not that important. Talents are more important, especially for characters that scale off of crit and not based on and don't scale off of elemental reactions. So, okay, sure, I understand. Basically, characters that deal a majority of their damage by transformative reactions, they get a lot from levels, and they don't get a lot from talents. And it makes more sense to level up a character that deals most of their damage from transformative reactions such as Swirl, Bloom, Hyper Bloom, Burgeon, right? Elemental reactions like that, or even... No, I was about to say Electro Charge, but please do not level a character from 80 to 90 just to maximize your Electro Charge damage. Please. Just don't. Unless if it's Sucrose. And I understand Sucrose is not Electro or Hydro, but she is actually she's a very good driver for a Taser team. Sucrose is fine to level 90, but with your young account, it's just more important to level up weapons and to level up talents of crit scaling DPSs. You're Elvis. Yeah, that's me, Elvis Einstein. Another loser guy? Oh. Why is your name... What does your name sound so sad, man? When will I... finish assembly that thing? Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, Babish. I wish you luck on being able to put it back together. If you, I don't know, like if you think it's like a well-known kind of toy, you might, I don't know, try googling it. Yeah, if it's in any way at all like somewhat well-known, even I'm sure there's a video or even instructions on like how to put it back together. 1K defense hurt me. Yeah, like look at that. See, like you hardly get anything, especially on attack on attack scaling characters like Ayaka. Yo, RJ, good night. Oh, hey, what's up, Anime Devil? Were you there the whole time? I mean, yeah, good night, man. If you were here the whole time, then like, hey, I appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, good night, man. Is it morning for you? No. Well, I mean, like, yeah, technically, it is. It's 1:30 in the morning, but it's, you know, it's dark. So yeah, good night. Oh yes, electrocharge. Yeah, I'll be doing that. All right. Hey, I wish you luck, Babish. And I wish myself luck that I don't ever have to, I don't ever break a CPU fan holder pin, and I never ever have to experience that again. What I unfortunately did to my very first desktop computer. Low case, yeah, okay. Alright, bye Anime Devil. Take care, man. Yeah. In fact, Sean, it actually makes more sense to level up defense and HP scaling characters. So a character like Yelan, for example. So not just a character that has HP scaling or defense scaling, but a character that actually scales off of defense and HP. Which, like, the only HP scaling character we have right now is really only Yelan. Like, her damage scales completely off of HP, right? And it's not like Ayato where he scales off of attack but gets bonus damage from more HP. No, just a character that completely scales off of HP or defense. So defense, that would be Ito. That would also be Albedo, I believe. His E, not his burst, his E. Yeah, so you actually get a bit more for defense and HP scaling characters by leveling them from 80 to 90, but it's still not a lot. I get still at least it's still not that much, but at least you're getting more for, you know, how much you're spending to get a character from 80 to 90 on HP and defense scaling characters. But I would still recommend that that would be like a much later priority. Like when you're done with everybody, when everybody has the right artifact set with the right main stats and has good substats already for those who do need the substats, and have their weapons leveled to 90 if needed, and have their artifacts leveled to 20. What else? Have their talents leveled to level 9 if needed, compared to leveling characters from 80 to 90. I have school tomorrow. Technically, I have school later. Low. I mean, okay, technically you're right. That is later. Which account was that? Oh, I just remembered. I have damage to test out. I just remembered I got that really good Dendro goblet on the second account, and I need to test out how that was going to perform. Yeah. That is expensive. Take her to 90. Yeah, it is. Yes, it's very, very expensive to take characters to 90. And I mean, like, I don't know if you've noticed, but every time I go into my character selection screen, remember, this is an AR60 account. And, alright, here's the thing. You probably don't see how long it takes to get to AR60 because you haven't reached AR55 yet. The amount of like AR XP. Okay, you know what? We could Google this. All right, let's go back into Chrome. Let's see. Genshin Adventure rank. Okay. I believe no, that's not right. That's not right. Where is it? Oh, yes, there it is. Okay. Alright. So this is how much adventuring XP you need. I believe this is, yeah, there's total, and there is like between from it to the next one. And okay. So, alright. Over here, 40, 45, okay. So you wait, difference. Oh, that's the difference from it and like the previous one. Okay, so this is XP from the previous one to the next one to the next one, etc. Okay, XP 0. Okay, so from the previous one to this one. Okay, so all right, you need 14k. Okay, 18, 20k, 26k. All right. So from AR54 to 55, you need 36,000 AR XP. But from AR 55 to 56, you need 200,000, 230,000, 260,000, 280,000, 300, 340,000. Takes a long time to get from 55 to 60. And so going back to my account. This is an AR 60 account. I hardly have level 90 characters.
But where are those who share?
Yeah, I hardly have level 90 characters, and some of them I even regret taking to 89. Like Shogun, for example. I regret taking Shogun to 89. I regret taking Xingqiu to 89. I regret taking Xiangling to 89, and Diona as well. I regret taking Diona to 89. Some part of me sort of regrets taking Ganyu to 80 to 90, but not very. Yeah. That's 30k to 300k. What a huge I know, right? Like, I was very surprised by it. And when I got to AR 50 or 55, I didn't know about that before. I just thought that it would be like, okay, 30, another 30k to AR 56. And when I looked, it was 0 out of 232k. And I remember this specifically because I remember being confused and having to look at it several times to be sure that my eyes were not deceiving me. And yeah, it really is 200k. Oneida is 500 EM, 49 203 crit. Oh, nice. That's pretty good. Is there a difference from 9 to 10? 9 to 10? No, there's not much difference, really. Like, you mean talents? No. If in your case, like, you're short on Mora, no, I would recommend against I would recommend against crowning, at least for now. In my opinion, crowning is similar to, in terms of priority, it's similar to 19 characters. It's sort of like a luxury. Of course, it gets you something, but the amount of something that you get from how much you have to spend is just the ratio is very bad. Diona scales off of HP? No. Her damage scales off of attack, but I mean, obviously she's not really somebody who's gonna deal a lot of damage, but her healing and her shield scales off of HP. Yeah, I think the reason why I took my Diona to 89 was, this was way back then. There weren't a lot of shielders in the game, and this was the time when shields were sort of the meta. There was a time where shields were the meta. 1 to 40 is so easy. Yeah, like 1 to 40, you can kind of, I think you can get to 40 just by doing the adventure, like the Archon quests. Doing all the Archon quests, I think, takes you to almost to 45, I think. Because, like, especially now that we have so many Archon quests already, like, we're super far into the main storyline. I think it probably takes you almost all the way to 45 if you just do all your Archon quests. How am I gonna test this, by the way? I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to test this. Okay, so what is Nida like now? Okay. 814. Any dendro damage? Okay, 15. Sure, okay. Alright, let's see how much her Trikarma does. Her shield, yeah, of course, her shield scales off of HP. I guess most shields in the game do scale off of HP.
Shine down.
22k. 22,372. 22,372. Okay. 22,372. Wait, is it even on this account? Wait. Was it this account? I don't think it was. Hang on. Was it the third account? Wait, are you serious? No. It was the third account. Huh. Interesting.
Every journey has
I recommend turning to Noel to carry a beginner account. Noel left the chat. Keyboard's acting crazy. Your keyboard's probably sleepy, man. You're, I get the feeling that your keyboard is probably sleepy. It's probably just tired. Oh yes, that's right. Let's look at her current build. Alright, so that's her ratio. Let's see how much she does. No, it's not 22, 372 anymore. It's, where is she? Okay. That was on my second account, and apparently I had gotten that good one on my third account, and I thought it was on the second account.
Everyone hold hands.
There is no escape.
Wait, what? 21,689? 21,689? 21,689. Okay. Yes, and then continues to stay here. Dendro damage. I believe. Yes, there it is. Okay. Okay, that's a bit more crit damage, a lot more dendro damage, a good amount less, a bit less crit rate, a good amount less EM, but let's see how much we do. I don't remember the number, but I'm sure I can see it later. It'll be fine, I hope. Right beside my ear at max volume. That for me. Oh, speaking of alarms, I had a problem with alarms, by the way. Like, not like when I was young, but only. Oh wow, this is more damage, isn't it? It wasn't 22k, right? It was only 21k, I believe.
Escape.
Committed to memory. Yeah. Roll. Yeah. That really hurt.
Why is it 24k all of a sudden?
Shine down.
$22,687. Okay. But we have a lot less. Actually, we don't have just a little bit less crit rate. We actually have quite a bit less crit rate. Because now I lost some crit rate and I lost EM. And remember, her Tri-Karma gets crit rate from EM. How much EM do I have? 543. 0.03. Okay, so what would that be? 543 times 543 times 200 times 0.03. So that's 10% crit rate. Which means my Tri-Karma crit rate now is only 62% versus if I did this. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, at 55. All right. 7:30. Okay. 730 minus 200 times 0.03, so that's 15.9 crit rate. So let's say 15%. So 15% plus 55. That's 70. Okay. Okay, definitely less damage, but I definitely prefer the 70% crit rate rather than the 62% crit rate. Well, my part-time work and school stuff. I really have time for leisure nowadays, so I want to chill here. You can get proper sleep. Yeah. Well, hey, wait. You said you had a part-time job. Wait, that's cool. That's pretty cool, man. I actually think that's pretty cool. I remember my mom suggesting that I get a part-time job when I was in college, and then I just remember shrugging it off because I'm me, the irresponsible me, thinking, I mean, why would I get a part-time job? I already have my allowance from you. I don't really have a lot of things that I want. I wasn't a very ambitious young boy. So, I remember shrugging it off. And then now that I'm older, I actually do think that younger people, even in high school, should already start getting part-time jobs. And this is actually a very common, a very huge, I guess, yeah, it's just basically a normal part of society in Japan and Korea. And in my opinion, I think many other countries should also, and not just obviously in many other, I'm not saying there's zero people that are doing this in other countries. I'm just saying it's very common over in Japan and Korea, and a few other countries too. But I think a lot of other countries should also develop this as a part of their culture and society. I can't speak for other countries, but I can definitely say that I think the Philippines needs to have this in their society, because a lot of people in the Philippines finish college. I'm not kidding. Not even just getting to college, but finishing college. Still don't really know what having responsibility is supposed to be. Almost 2 a.m. here. So see you, RJ. Enjoy your stream. Oh, appreciate it, Franco. Yeah, it's almost 2 a.m. here too. So we're gonna close up shop here in a bit. Yeah, we're gonna close up shop here in a bit. Anyway, yeah, take care, Franco. Thanks for hanging out with us, man.
It is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
I'm 14. Yeah, oh wait, 14. Is that okay? I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. But yeah, right? Like in Japan and Korea, it's actually very common for high schoolers over there to have part-time jobs, whether they need the money or not. Yeah, I remember me finishing high school, getting to college, and then finishing college.
This scenery is wonderful.
Not
surely
ever knowing, at the time I thought I knew what having responsibility was like. I thought, and I understood it like at like just a shallow level. I just thought that, hey, okay, I have a job to do. You tell, all right, you're telling me to do this. Okay, I do this. Okay, you tell me to do that. I do that. And then, on the 15th and the 30th, or the 5th and the 20th, you pay me. And okay, that was basically my understanding of it. And sure, it is like at a baseline. Yes, it is. That is the only interaction that it should be. But there's a lot more to it. Like, for example, taking accountability is not a thing in Filipino culture. Basically, every time you get scolded or your boss said, "Who did this?" most Filipinos would just try and point the finger at somebody, even though they did it. They will really find a way to weasel out of it and put the blame on somebody, or take the blame off of themselves instead of owning up to it and taking responsibility. I think part-time job is a great way to get some experience. And not even just experience in like the type of job that that you're getting, but experience in actually having responsibility. And I guess I can't expect like many people that aren't from the Philippines to understand this, but I just really see the lack of discipline and responsibility in many Filipinos. And I even see it in politics. Like, and while sure it's politics, that's everywhere. Politics is the same everywhere. But here, it's like man. Every time I hear about politics, I get the feeling that washing their hands, like figuratively speaking, washing their hands and pointing their fingers at somebody else is 80% of the job. It actually looks like that. It looks like 80% of a politician's job is to wash their hands and point their finger at somebody else. So it's not even just about kids when they become adults, after they finish college, go get jobs, etc. It is so deeply rooted in Filipino culture that even grown men, even elderly people, politicians, businessmen, are all just like this. In fact, I mean, like, I don't usually defend businessmen, but I'm gonna defend businessmen right now. A lot of businessmen, a lot of entrepreneurs in the Philippines aren't actually like that, especially some of the younger generations. They're actually, a lot of them are very forward thinking. Help me handle pressure and plan and solve problems on the spot for situations.
If you wish to hear.
I mean, I can definitely feel that. Like, 14, you just told me you're 14 years old, and I believe you've already told me that a while back, that you're like in high school. 14-year-old me did not think about anything at all, except for thinking about what am I gonna do when I get home after school, and thinking about, man, it's morning again, I gotta go to school again. And thank goodness it's almost 12. It's almost time to go back home for lunch. Hey, what's up, Rec 2020? How are you, man? I'm sorry if I say anything wrong. No, please, please. Like, I would actually like anybody's input in stuff like this. I'm just sort of rambling. No, it's not even rambling at this point. I'm ranting
Scenery is
at this point.
wonderful.
Yeah,
Surely
and
enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
I don't know. I guess I wouldn't really ever consider myself to be a very patriotic kind of person. So I'm not ranting now because like I have because I'm like deeply because I'm loyal to the country and I want to make it better, but it affects me. It affects me, and I know it's a very selfish reason to rant, but if this one part of the country got better, then life would be a lot better for so many other people than myself. I mean, life would be a lot better for myself too, but it would also be a lot better for a lot of other people. I'm very, very certain that just changing this one thing, I know it's a big change. It's one thing to change, but it's a big, very, very big change. And even if this change were to happen, it will not happen overnight. It will probably happen over a very long time, over several, like maybe a dozen or dozens of generations. But if it ever happened, then I could definitely say that even the country's economy would improve. Which server are you, bro? I'm on the NA server, man. Yeah, I'm on the NA server. I don't know if you were asking me. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy ranting, man. I'm sorry. Hey, what's up? What's up, Aniket Pradhan? How are you doing, man? I'm thinking, what do I have planned for the next week? Is he really gotta plan everything to balance study and work? Yeah, you know what, Sean? I got a feeling that you're probably gonna do okay. Say that a 14-year-old boy doing a job here is called child labor. I mean, that's okay. That's I don't actually know if about like labor laws. Like if there's like a minimum.
Surely enough
I'm pretty sure about like being employed at 18. Like for example, I'm pretty sure that people here can't be a full-time employee before they turn 18. I'm pretty certain that that's a law. I cannot say 100% certain, but I'm pretty certain that it's probably a law. But I don't know about part-time. I've never ever heard anybody talk about laws about part-time jobs, because like I said, it's just not a thing in the Philippines. Taking responsibility of your life, taking responsibility
wherever in this world
period,
I carry
just
memories
isn't a
of
thing
my
here.
home.
Avoiding responsibility,
is the
that's
last thing I
that's
have
definitely
to
the
remember.
Filipino way. And I don't know, I wish it would change. It's awful. I'm good, bro. How are you? I'm pretty good, man. I'm a little bit tired. It's 2 in the morning over here. Yeah, and that's actually why I'm not doing anything because I already did like the stuff that I need to do. And yeah, we're just I guess like starting to close up shop here.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to
You
accompany
really gotta
them.
plan everything
If you
balanced,
wish to
study
hear
and
it.
work. And I'm back, people. Yo, welcome back, Onoko. You're just in time to close up shop. 12 midnight here. Oh, all right. Wow. Okay. Well, I don't know if you're a student or if you're a working adult. Yeah, it's pretty late, man. I actually have work tomorrow as well.
Scenery is
Well,
wonderful.
it's not really tomorrow
Surely
anymore.
enough to convince
It's later,
anyone to become
but
a
yeah.
wanderer.
Did I join too late? No, just joined. Oh, well, I'm sorry, Noko. Yeah, but it's 2 in the morning here. We're sort of like it sort of feels like if I owned a restaurant and you guys were like customers coming in and having dinner, and you guys like ended up staying until like closing time,
There are leaves
and like
around,
I locked the door
and I know
already,
just the tune
turned
to
the
accompany
sign to
them,
closed,
if you wish
and
to
then you
hear
guys are still here. Like we're just hanging out, chatting. It sort of feels like that just now. Student plus online work. Oh, okay, okay, that's pretty cool. Wow, you guys are awesome. I don't know. Yeah, like really, really. I am. Yeah, like I have a lot of respect for you guys, and as well as I'm also a bit jealous, honestly, because when I was a student, I don't know, like I would not even consider getting a job back then,
wherever in this world.
despite having
I carry
a
memories
lot
of, my
of
home.
free time.
This blade.
Yeah,
It
like
is the last link I have.
I
to
just
the land of
wanted
my birth.
to avoid responsibility, and despite me ranting about it now, I was that one. I was also one of those two. I mean, I still am to some degree, but at the very least, at least like I'm trying to not avoid responsibility, and because like I you know, I have this like self-awareness now. I can every now and then I can stop myself
There are leaves around, and I know
from
just the
doing
tune
it.
to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
Did I just see the lights change? Yes, you did. It's a lot of it is actually just textures. Of course, this probably has some illumination from it too, because like look, you can actually see the light on Kazuha's head, but it's not actually super bright, because if it was super bright then it would actually be overexposed for the in-game camera. So the reason why it looks super bright is because the texture actually changes. They change out the texture to something that they baked into okay, they have the texture of the lamp, and then they basically they bake a texture with the lamp, with the light inside off, and that one is used for daytime. And then at nighttime they also bake a texture, and this was like way before in game development. They bake a texture where there's also a light source inside, to where you get this like yellow light from, and then and then they bake it, and then now you have two textures for that same, for this one asset, this one lamp. One texture is for daytime, one texture is for nighttime, and of course they also seem to have like illumination. So
Wherever in this world
there
I
might
roam,
also be like
I carry
some
memories of
light
my
source
home.
in there that
This
appears.
blade.
I mean, you can't
It is
see
the
it because
last
it's just
link
an
I have
invisible
to the land
asset,
of
because
my
it doesn't have any mass, it doesn't have any textures, etc. It's a light source. Either that, or maybe the texture itself. No, maybe it's not the texture. Yeah, the texture itself cannot be a light source. But yeah, like the light source just basically poop appears at night, and then in the daytime it disappears. Who likes school in the first place?
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
Because I'm every teacher's favorite. Okay. I can definitely see why you like school then. Me, when I was a kid, I liked school, but mostly, no, only because my friends were there. I didn't have a lot of friends. Actually, no, I had very few friends at home. I had very few friends at home. So school was where I had the most friends. And that's why I liked school when I was a kid. Funny story, but my mom actually threatened to make me stop going to school.
Wherever
I
in
was
this world
very
I
young.
roam,
I think I was like in
I carry memories
second
of my
grade,
home.
I believe. Either first grade or second grade.
It is the last link I have
my
to the
mom
land
was
of
helping
birth.
me study, and I looked like I definitely looked uninterested and bored, and she was getting tired of repeating the same thing over and over again. And then she asked me, do you want to keep going to school? Like she was angry, like this was with an angry tone. You want to keep going to school, or do you want to stop going to school? And then she's asked me this question many times
There are
before
leaves
this
around,
point, and I never
and I know
ever
just the
answered
tune to accompany them, if you
honestly.
wish to hear it.
I always lied. I always said I want to keep going to school. I want to keep studying, even though I didn't want to, but I was just afraid that she would get mad. And this one time, I finally decided, I wonder what my mom would say if I just told her I didn't want to study. So I was like, well, let's try it. Well, let's try it. And I did. And she just said, okay, starting tomorrow, stop going to school. And then I was just like, she just left. And I was left there at the table thinking, wait, is this real? Is this for real? Is this serious? And I could not get it off my mind until bedtime. And then
The scenery is
okay,
wonderful.
when I
Surely
alright, very
enough to
surprising,
convince anyone
I
to
woke
become
up
a
on my
wanderer.
own. I never did that. I never ever woke up on my own. Even in my high school days, my mom still used to wake me up every day. Yeah, I know. It's pathetic. Yeah, I was honestly I was pretty pathetic as a kid. I mean, I don't know. I'm not any more impressive now as an adult, but at least my mom doesn't have to wake me up every day. The next day, I guess I was I wasn't super disturbed when my mom said tomorrow don't go to school anymore, but I guess it disturbed me enough that I woke up on my own. The next day, it was a little bit later than when my mom would have woken me up, but then I woke up on my own, and then I was like, oh, well, mom didn't wake me up. Wait, I remember she said
There
this
are
last night.
leaves
Wait,
around,
is she serious?
and
I
know
went
just the
downstairs.
tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
My breakfast wasn't ready. And I was like, is this serious? For real? And then my uniform, my mom always prepared my school uniform. It was always on the bed. But then it wasn't on that day. And I was like, wait. And again, I was like, for real? Is this serious? Am I really gonna stop going to school? And then I will probably never ever forget this, because
Scenery is wonderful.
this was probably
Surely
one of
enough
the
to convince
first
anyone
few
to become
times
a
in my
wanderer.
life that I ever thought, yeah, like actual thinking, making a decision, like a pretty important decision too. Am I just gonna stop going to school? Okay, all right. Well, if I stop going to school, and then again, the irresponsible me, just I was a dumb kid, right? Like, you guys are awesome. Like, you have jobs, you have part-time jobs while you're students. You guys are awesome. No,
There are
I
leaves
was awful.
And I know
The only
just
thing
the
I ever
tune to
thought
accompany
about
them,
was
if you
myself.
wish to hear it.
And what will I do after school? Who will I play with? What will we play? And wow, it's morning again. I don't want to go to school. Oh wait. I'm gonna go to school. I'm gonna talk to this friend. I'm gonna talk to this friend. We're gonna do this, right? And I didn't even think about going to school because of going to school and learning. I was thinking of going to school to talk to my friends. And then I thought, hey, if I don't go to school, okay, I was in that moment deciding, if I don't go to school, well, oh, hey, I could play with my friend. My friend as in my neighbor friend. And then I thought, wait, he's not here. He'll be at school. So what am I gonna do? Well, I could just do this, I guess. I could play with my toys. But then, wait, that's gonna be every day. Can I do that every day? Just play on my own with my toys? And then I thought, wait, if I get ready now on my own and go to school, my friends are still there.
This scenery is wonderful.
And then
Surely
now
enough to
the
convince
decisions
anyone to
started to
become
weigh
one.
the other direction, where I wanted to keep going to school. And then yeah, I sort of just gave in. I went into the closet, got my school uniform, put it on, I packed my bags, got ready for school. My mom noticed me getting ready for school, getting dressed for school. And because I took so much time deciding whether I should take it seriously and stop going to
There are
school
leaves
altogether,
around,
or
and I know just the tune to accompany them.
or
if
go
you wish
see
to
my
hear.
friends in school and just swallow the slice of humble pie, get myself ready, go back to school. That decision took me a long time, so I wasn't able to take a shower before getting ready. So I just dressed myself up, and my mom probably saw me getting ready. So she made my breakfast really quickly. And then she said, eat. And I was like, huh? And she said, eat. And I was like, okay. And then I went to school.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade. It
Man.
is the last
Oh,
link I have to the
yeah.
land of my birth.
I don't think I've ever shared that memory with my mom yet, like whenever we have dinner together. But yeah, I will never ever forget that. I don't even know if my mom still remembers that. She's mom, eat your breakfast. Yep. I wonder what my mom would do.
This scenery is
I wish I had the
wonderful.
brains.
Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
With caps on. Bro went to school to play. That is exactly why I went to school. Although that being said, I don't know what my mom would have done. You know what? I might actually ask her. Yeah, next time I see her, I might actually ask her what she would have done if I had decided to just stop going to school. Like, eat your vegetables meme.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade.
Yeah, that
It is
was...
the last link I
I don't
have
know.
to the land of my birth.
It was a heavy memory, but now, like many years afterwards, it's a memory. I don't know. Like I sound really like jaded and old, and I sound like an old geezer. And while I'm not young anymore, I certainly am not young anymore, but I'm also not that old. Yeah, like time certainly makes all memories good, even the bad ones. You aren't that old, bro. I know. I know I'm not that old, but I'm also not super young anymore. Yeah, that is certainly something that I'm starting to learn, is that time makes all memories good, even the bad ones. My mom would emotionally blackmail me. I mean, that's kind of what happened. Well, it wasn't like directly blackmailing me, but it was sort of like a very... Oh, I guess like reverse psychology / blackmail. It was something like that. Yeah, like stop going to school, and then that was it. And there was no deal, there was no contract, there was no deal. Just stop going to school, and then reverse psychology blackmail, like Uno reverse card. Haha. Joke's on you.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune.
My
to
parents would be
accompany
mad.
them.
My mom was mad. Yeah, she was mad. Like the night before, when I decided, why don't I tell her honestly and tell her I don't want to study? And then when I was like, okay, let's try it, and then I did, and then she was mad. One of my classmates pulled an Uno reverse on my teacher because he didn't want to move with my friend. Oh, wait, how? Okay. How did he pull the Uno reverse card?
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade. It is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
He was misbehaving. Haha. You can't put me next to another naughty kid. If I'm naughty, then you don't want me next to another naughty kid, right? That's funny. That's actually pretty smart. Well, it's like oh, it's like when the teacher has a question, when a teacher asks a question, if you make it too obvious that you're trying to hide, then you're gonna get called. But if you look like you really want the teacher to call you, then you're not gonna get called.
Scenery is wonderful.
Because the teacher just a lot of the times will try to call somebody who looks like they're scared to answer. I sort of fell victim to that once. This is awkward silence. He always gets in trouble. Well, we always have that one classmate, don't we?
And I know just the tune.
Yeah.
To
Anyway,
accompany them.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm
If you wish
just
to hear it.
rambling at this point. I'm like an old man on his porch, and you guys, like, I don't know. I'm like an old man on my porch telling war stories. Yeah, and I'm not even doing anything in the game anymore. Let me ask one thing: did someone's teacher make someone sit next to a girl as a punishment for misbehaving? Okay. I think that happened once. Not to me, but to somebody else. And it was apparently because that one
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry
that I
memories
don't
of
even
my home.
remember what grade that was, and I don't remember who it was. I just remember it
It is
being
the
funny.
last link I have to the land of my birth.
Because that one guy, it was like really well known, like to basically all of our classmates and even the other sections, like the other classes in the same grade, that guy had a crush on that girl, and he just so happened to be misbehaving, and the teacher was pretty young too, so she was into that too. So she did that as a punishment. Man, that was. Yep,
The
good
scenery
times.
is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
I was once punished like that. The teacher made me sit beside a girl, and I go, I like that. She liked it too. Oh man, that's funny. Alright, well, I don't know how old you were when that happened to you, and like, I don't know, like, you guys, alright, you guys seemed a lot more confident about it than my classmate was when it happened. I guess it was probably because like we were super young. I think we were like in 4th or 5th grade.
Wherever
Maybe
in this world I roam,
I know, right?
I
4th,
carry memories of my home.
kids in 4th 5th grade already have crushes.
It is the last link I have.
Yeah, I
to
mean,
the
like,
land
I
of
guess
my
it's more
birth.
common now maybe, but then back then it really wasn't that common. You were 17. Oh, perfect. Yep, I don't. Yeah, that definitely was not a punishment. Joke's on you. This isn't a punishment. Reverse card. I'm 17. I'm going through puberty. I like girls. Haha. Reverse card. Anyway, so yeah, I'm anyway, for those of you who are new to the stream, I'm mostly a combat-oriented like Genshin player. So if you want to talk like objective stuff, just don't ask me to do math. I don't really do Genshin math. I don't know how to do Genshin math, but like I have a lot of experience with the game. So if you need any help with like combat stuff, building your accounts, characters, and making a decision which banners to pull for, feel free to join our Discord server. Ask my opinion, ask other people's opinions over there. Links are in the description of all my videos, VODs, and streams. Anyway, thank you guys so much for coming by to hang out and being awesome people. Have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, and take care, everybody. Yeah, sorry guys, it's like 2:30 in the morning here. Gotta get to bed because I got work tomorrow. Alright, bye everybody. Do you have Hot Guy? No, I don't have Hot Guy. I don't really like his playstyle. I don't like hyper carry playstyles in general. Anyway, bye guys. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off.